Sì, infatti. Vabbè, comunque non ci sono problemi anche perché persone non ne vedo ancora. È venuto soltanto uno a portare. No, è venuto uno a portare la presentazione, poi fino ad ora. Nessuno. Sono già che ore sono? Le 12:30. E basta, poi per il resto siamo io, Salem e Andrea. Quindi per ora, in realtà meglio così. Comunque, ok, dovrebbe essere andato. E niente, insomma, controllato, controllo pure io, ma dovrebbe essere tutto ok. Ah, una cosa devo chiedere. Gigi ha il materiale che serve per le presentazioni, cioè il timer, l'LPN, e anche il pennino. Sì, sì, ho già portato tutto fuori, quindi sta già tutto. Ah, visto. Ah, visto. Vabbè, ci vediamo tra mezz'ora. Mamma, ciao ciao. Sì.
Eventualmente vedi un po', confrontati tu con lei, perché io mi sto gestendo il discorso dell'aula magna e ho anche l'altra sala qua. Lo so, io e te stiamo là, quindi va bene, fammi sapere. Io, sì, però tu non hai il numero suo, mo ti giro i numeri, sia a te che a lei, va bene? Ok, grazie, ciao. Ciao.
Buongiorno.
State aspettando?
Allora, sì, perché stiamo facendo una visita tecnica. Arrivano intorno a una, poi andiamo a mangiare e poi dalle 2:30 ricominciamo.
Ricordatevi sempre di avvisare il portierato, cioè se non è stato di chiudere le porte.
Perché non è stato fatto. Ieri non è stato fatto?
Non lo so, penso di sì, però mi hanno detto che c'erano solo le ragazze, a meno che non avete i servizi delle hostess fuori che controllano.
Cioè, sì, c'è comunque personale fuori, però.
Perché altrimenti possono chiudere le porte, capito? Per una questione di qualcuno forse lascia qualche.
Sì, a pranzo abbiamo lasciato. Di solito non andiamo a pranzo.
No, giusto per questo.
Quindi avviso.
Vabbè, noi intanto siamo qui accanto, quindi se avete bisogno.
Ok, sì, questo non. Questo è spento.
Se volete non hanno acceso.
Ok, quindi quando andiamo a pranzo lo dico io personalmente.
Sì. Fate chiudere.
Ok.
Quindi questa Quando capiteranno le poche volte che magari ti troverai da sola, che noi arriveremo in ritardo, devi semplicemente dire a chi gestisce un po', chi è il referente, che spesso i microfoni sono tarati in una certa maniera. Il nostro lettore una volta parlava così, se parli così e stai microfono si sente più. Se ti metti di fronte già si sente di più, se poi non si avvicina dipende anche dalla tonalità della voce. Bisogna saper parlare al microfono. Spesso mi dicono no, ma non si sente il microfono. Ieri il professore Canfora, lo conosci, è come famoso, parlava molto vicino al microfono, e addirittura mi si sentiva troppo. Poi c'è chi parla così, il nostro escretore parla così. Quindi poi dipende se il fonte qui non sa, sono tanti fattori per cui possono cambiare. Tutto questo lo sto dicendo solo quando noi può capitare che non ci castriamo quello. Si prova sempre.
Per questo io c'erano anche persone che parlavano così.
Purtroppo bisogna capire. Accendi, vedi, qui dentro abbiamo una batteria di ricarica e tra virgolette è come se facessimo un favore all'evento e le mettiamo noi quelle. Perché tu dici noi non avremo, non è che non abbiamo educazione. Quando abbiamo educazione molti dell'evento prendevano quelle batterie e le buttavano nel cestino, e quelle sono quelle ricaricabili e quindi ogni volta fai gli ordini delle batterie. Quindi lo diciamo sempre, mi raccomando, venite da noi, dateci quella scarica. Quando si tratta di eventi di 4-5 giorni, gliele facciamo anche comprare, però il supporto di quelle nostre ce l'abbiamo sempre, che è vicino alla tua futura postazione, sta la ricarica delle batterie, tienile sempre in carica, anche fino a un giorno dopo.
La luce rossa vuol dire che scarica.
La luce rossa significa che si sta scaricando. E poi c'è quell'arancione che va in stand-by, significa che adesso sembra il microfono, quando lo spingi da capo Adesso
se sono aggiunte altre 4 persone,
però funziona. Ti dice guarda, si scarica. Andiamo a prendere la
sì, sono qua.
10 metri sempre qua. Non succede niente se non c'è lo spazio, però quando vedi vanno un po' lento. Ma ti faccio vedere come si carica il qua. Così già viene.
Ok. 12 e mezzo. Vabbè, no. No, non devi restare. No. Perché comunque bisogna
Grazie. Poi ricordatevi quell'altra bisogna metterla sotto carica, l'altra batteria. Sto facendo solo vedere a lei, ma giusto per dire, ma queste sono cose che poi rivedrà. Tutte queste cose io le faccio vedere perché può capitare che io sto bloccato col treno che l'altro sul pedonale, già mi arriva in ritardo. Allora la batteria in questo caso vedi è verde, è carica. Può capitare anche che diano, no, io sto di là, dico, Maria, vedi che vai di là, che mi hanno detto che non funziona il palmare. E perché non funziona? Così è verde, vedi, è attivo. Se io lo scrivo una volta, lo clicco solo una volta, adesso sta in mute. Se lo tengo premuto, si spegne. Quindi deve stare sul verde. In questo caso dico sempre a loro, spegnetelo, perché comunque anche il mute può batteria. Questa sarà anche quando
Yes, if you want, because they are the.
But the lunch that we were there, we thought it was 12:30. They told us that it's 1 o'clock. You told them? Oh, okay, yeah. Okay, thank you, sir.
In qualsiasi tipo di attività
E dov'è questo? Ah, la presentazione che ce l'ha. Buongiorno.
Prof, sicuramente non... Sì, lo so, lo so. Bisogna... Chi sarà il... Ah, ok, però è lei c'è, quindi lei lo sa, insomma. No. Ok, quindi manca va. Sì, ricordavo. Va bene, lo devo segnare in qualche modo. Eh sì, perché qua per ora sta tutto in stand-by, nel senso che io ho collegato tutto. Non so se perché la stampante ce l'hanno. La stampante ce l'hanno Gigi Giovanni. Che non sono ancora arrivati. Quindi. Va bene. Sì, è madre. Va bene, non lo chiamo. Ok, ma dopo. Ok. Che casino.
Che cosa?
No, dobbiamo fare un'inversione del programma. Allora, il pennino ce l'ha Gigi, che sta ancora lì a frutti rossi, però in realtà voi siete
Vabbè.
assolutamente liberi di fare quello che volete, potete usare anche...
Ma che cosa? Cambio di programma per che cosa?
No, Maldera, voi siete sempre...
Maldera,
stavo
prima?
Viene Maldera prima di me, no?
No.
A voi resta tutto invariato, soltanto Maldera ha uno switch con una presentazione perché ha chiesto di essere spostato all'inizio.
Maldera si trova all'ultimo, no? Lui è il
Maldera,
c'era, ecco.
Maldera
sì, ma...
perché mi mancava l'ultimo.
Quindi dell'ultimo
Quindi parte
lui
qua.
è Giuseppe è il CER, voglio dire.
Ok.
Ok? Quindi
Sì.
non diventa prima.
No, il problema è che
deve
questo
andare-
part wall non so se sei stato informato di questo switch.
Vabbè, sarà sempre prima, no? Qui lui.
Sì.
Quindi appena arriva diventa
Sì,
no?
sì, ma devo chiamare Valerio per...
Questo te lo devi mettere su
Ma chi è
PC,
Valeria,
giusto?
la figlia?
Ok.
La figlia
È
di
quella
me.
di... No, quella è Martina. È quella che lavora alla Tecnidata. Mi sa che tu non hai mai conosciuto.
No, perché non mi ricordo chi disse l'altra volta che mi chiese come si chiama Sara. Senti con Valeria, no? Ma chi è sta Valeria?
Sono sui fantasmi del
Sì,
guidato.
non mi ricordo. Cioè, non lo so.
Vabbè.
Questa?
Questa. Sì, vabbè, inizia così.
Senti, non so se l'ha sostituita le pile qua. Puoi provare a fornire.
Ok.
E
Ho
va.
tanto pensato nel nome riguardo. Scusa, ma se la deve mettere su PC?
Mo non c'è la chiavetta, non so dove.
La lascio qui la mia chiavetta.
Sempre con uno switch di presentazioni. Cioè... Esatto, cioè un po' di...
La lascio qui. Non è che si perde, raga. No, raga, non la voglio lasciare, perché quello che si perde.
No, l'importante è che... Sì.
E alcuni, siccome stiamo veramente impazzendo, dei giorni aggruppati, cioè se ci sono 4 che vengono tutti a Giovanni, potete io mettere tutti e 4 insieme, e alla fine del vivo c'è tra parentesi diversi.
Perfetto.
Perché farlo uno per uno stavo diventando crettina.
No, lo so. Lo so.
E oltre a quindi mantenere Pasqual
No, per fortuna no. Quello è stato tutto.
lo faccio adesso, signore, dove
Oh, ce l'hai già. Scusami, guarda.
L'hai salvata, perché io l'ho tolto il canale.
No, forse la versione vecchia.
No.
La facciamo adesso.
Cioè,
Ok,
non
no,
volevo
quindi niente,
lasciare
solo
il pennino.
questo. E poi se venite a mandare anzi, no, lo posso scaricare dal programma, cioè dal sito. No. Ok, perfetto. Grazie, guarda. Un bacino. Ciao.
Ma secondo me cancella prima quella che c'è sul PC.
Sì. Devo anche cambiare, perché qua
Cancella.
c'è una nomenclatura specifica da utilizzare.
Vabbè, sì, devi togliere solo RAVGF.
Ah, sì. Bene, questo lo cancelliamo. Non posso perché è aperta.
Ed era quella vecchia, sicuro.
Sì.
Anche lei prova ad aprirlo.
Cancelliamo qui il RAPGFO.
Perché? Ah, aspetta. Devo fare così. Che cazzo ho fatto?
Hai fatto.
Non lo so nemmeno io.
Ok.
Devo fare là?
No, solo che... Ok. Allora, questo l'ho imposto io questo.
Quindi si vede, no? Qua si riesce a leggere.
c'è-
No, io devo seguire gli
Devo mettervela io perché c'è un'altra
Io che si
slide di
dovrebbe
presentazione.
distribuire.
Se non ve la metto io,
Mettila tu.
la metto io, come ho fatto con...
Ok, possiamo andare.
Altri due
Questo è
c'avevano le qualche
No,
nota.
uno mi sa che l'ho visto.
Eh?
Ma io giusto per dare
Senti,
un'indicazione
vuoi
a quello che... Ah, qui lo
caricare la
dovrei...
mia? Vai.
Devo
Sale,
fare
sta
così,
aspettando.
poi qua. Vabbè, non fa niente. Ma si può rimpicciolire il... No, vabbè, lasciamo stare.
Oddio.
Lasciamo stare. Tanto non è proprio...
Però si fa così, sì.
Chiudo io in maniera...
Fai così, sì.
No, quindi per i ciechi anche c'è.
Così ti entra tutto in uno.
Ok.
Te la gestisci tu. Sì, no.
Sì,
Non
sì,
voglio
sì.
toccare niente io.
Quindi tu col tasto, cioè col telecomando cambi,
col telecomando
perché
come
poi
fai?
bisogna capire lì, va avanti,
Allora,
per
molto
gestire
semplice.
qui in teoria dovresti fare così, no?
Sì.
Scendere giù. Neanche.
Quindi, allora, non so perché ieri, cioè,
Vabbè, devo fare
professori
così.
universitari pluripremiati non riuscivano a usare questo cazzo di telecomando. Cioè,
Ma ce l'hai ora qui, scusa?
no, c'è il Luigi poi la porta. Vabbè,
Vabbè.
praticamente c'è il primo tasto, o meglio, il secondo tasto con una freccia in su, che poi non serve a niente. Il secondo tasto con una freccia in giù, quello solo per andare avanti con le slide. Il tasto invece la freccia in su per andare indietro con le slide.
Quindi all'opposto, diciamo, su si va
in
indietro,
giù vai
su sali, quindi torni indietro, giù scendi la presentazione.
E poi c'è l'ultimo tasto che è semplicemente il pointer, se vi
per
serve,
il puntatore, no?
semplicissimo.
Quindi se io uso quello, è la
Vai.
stessa cosa, cioè funziona con tutte e
Ma
due.
tu sei libera di
Vabbè,
come ti
posso anche
trovi?
fare così.
Puoi fare
Tu me la imposti
come
così e io faccio
Tu
così.
puoi anche mettere i video porno se vuoi. No?
Vabbè.
Intanto ti
Ok,
vedi
no,
uno
non so
con la
dire.
mela grande.
Scusa la volgarità, non ci sta.
Nessuno lo
Vabbè,
vede.
dai.
Di chi è questo? Sempre di Simone.
Me l'hai dato
Sto arrivando, mi sta caricando
Quindi l'hai
perché mo può
salvato, posso
caricare.
tirare?
No, aspetta.
Mo può caricare, prima non riusciva a caricare. Poi Simone
Vai,
se ne stava andando e è ritornata. Lui si presenta da solo. Una belva. Migliore.
Buonasera, sono Salerno. Ciao.
Senti,
Sono Massimo D'Aleno.
vedi King sono lì, scendi qui simposio SSSS simposio Malagrano, sì, PPT simposio, ma alle 2:30 se ne parlerà almeno alle 3:30.
Guarda, se
Cioè fai
continua
conto
così-
che sono le 2, l'una ancora non sono arrivati.
Madonna,
Ti devi sedere a mangiare, se ne va quasi un'ora. Prima delle 3:30 non parli. Tu e io chissà che ora parlo.
Lo sta per arrivare.
No, devo vedere che cacchio mette. Devo vedere se si apre, devo vedere no, devo vedere un po' di cose. Arriva qua. Mannaggia mangiare. Maledetto mangiare. Sto arrivando, dai, un secondo.
Tu stai
Alle 17. 17
E quindi alle 18.
No, alle 18.
Questa presentazione.
17
Puoi anche
15.
fare.
Prego. No, non è questo.
Dai, fammi una domanda.
Quanti minuti avete sempre pazzi?
E quando c'è per non
Oh, mamma mia.
Ma scusa, cioè, questo fatto che prima non gemme, non sono pochi, perché per così pochi.
Mica me ne mandi il
No, scusa.
10 minuti. E tanto era la mazza.
Era un 37, giusto? No, no.
A posto.
Ok, vabbè.
A posto.
Basta.
Non caccare fuori dal vaso.
Ok, va bene. Posso chiudere quindi?
Sta bene, chiude lui, dai.
Chiudi.
Aspetta, non puoi andartene ancora.
Hai visto? Mi
Non so
trattiene.
quando non so quando
Mi trattiene.
vuole andare.
Però?
Vai. Ma ci vediamo fra appena.
Ok.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, you can connect.
Hope subito. Che sessione mai è?
Okay. Which one?
The first one.
Okay. So you are?
Taraga.
Tarada. Okay, so 3:45.
Yes. Let's see.
Okay, right now we don't have
No,
the remote, but
I just want to see
okay.
how it's appearing there. Okay. Perfect.
Just remember to check the time because we have
Yeah.
a timer, so you can see 10 minutes.
Okay. That's
Okay.
it. Good. Few slides. I don't want to stand here for too long.
Okay.
Like you can take it up there.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Ok, devo anche andare a prendere ha anche a disposizione un telecomandino per semplicemente andare avanti e indietro e un pointer anche. Che non legge. Ok. Ok. Vado a prendere il telecomandino. Buongiorno, controllo. Ok. Questo è il molto semplice. Semplicemente ok. Salve Maldera.
Mi perdoni per il disturbo?
No, eccolo.
Ah, hai fatto già? Hai messo?
No. Lo facciamo.
Scusami per il ritardo, però...
No, in realtà è tutto in ritardo. Quindi,
No, nel consegnarti la
no,
presentazione.
tranquillo. Tu sarai
ultime
il
due.
primo, vero?
Sì.
Mi sono soltanto il PowerPoint.
C'ho il PowerPoint, sicuro che va bene?
Sì. Sempre.
Mettilo anche il PDF, tanto.
Che mi sminchia tutto, perché poi qua stanno gli orari, quindi...
Ah, ok. Vabbè, fai niente.
Ma vediamo insieme se funziona.
Sì.
Quindi tu sei alle 14:15 teoricamente.
Quindi tu sei il primo della prima sessione.
Sì,
Sì,
dopo il keynote speaker.
Abbiamo
sto io.
switchato, vero? Perché
Sì,
inizialmente...
perché deve stare anche Carmela Riccardi, Carmen Garau, che
Ah.
dovrebbe... Vabbè, non ci sono grandi, diciamo, cose, soltanto vedere se funziona. Ci faccio.
Se vuoi puoi usare questa. Dipende come ti trovi.
Sì. Ci sta. Perfetto, a posto. Ok. Beh, allora vado a prendere un caffè. Da lì. Stiamo
Infatti si vede che-
scappando in campus perché mi dovevo cambiare. Stavo con altre robe, non è che andavo
Con le
in
robe
campo
no.
a massere tutte le così.
Direi di no.
E poi tornato sono andato a prendere due ragazzi, due studenti che hanno partecipato con noi.
Questi due che stanno.
Sì.
Ok.
We're going to assess them. Are they all presenting in the same, like in the same section? Are they all the students, are they presenting
On
in the
this
same?
session?
Yeah,
Okay, I guess.
because we're going to 5 people must assess all the students.
We can check together.
Can I take this or?
Yeah, you can.
Yeah, it's every year. Every year. Okay. So this is day 3. Okay, this one, but it's
But
not sticky.
this cannot be a student, doctor. You cannot be a doctor and be a student.
Which one? Me?
No.
No, that's.
So this is just a type of ISHS registration. So when they submit the
But we must be sure that they're students, because this for the young mind that what.
I know him personally.
You know him. Okay, that's good. That's something.
He is a PhD
Student.
Okay.
Okay.
But he's speaking not at.
Questo con l'aggiornato.
Okay.
Puoi segnare, sottolineare lo speaker?
Sì. He's speaking at 2:15. Okay.
But this section.
This section.
Oh,
The first one.
The first
After keynote lecture, you will be the next one.
Okay.
Then we have this one. You don't know this because they are
From South Africa. Okay, I know this. I know.
I think 7.
Is that? Can you help us?
Yeah.
Because the name. I don't want to miss out any students. This true.
Yeah, he's my student.
Yeah.
She's my student.
Ah,
No, but who is presenting with?
This one is a PhD student.
Yeah.
This one is a master student.
Okay.
they already presented
The
the
presenting
This one presented yesterday.
Yes.
This one she's presenting today.
today.
Yes, just before me.
But we thought all the students will present today because we need to do the assessment.
Yeah, he presented. He was the one presenting yesterday. Yeah.
Last, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I listened to the presentation anyway.
Okay. Yes.
So, so that means you can with this person just as there because I need to tell the other.
Please.
Yes. Yeah.
I just put the original time, but
Yeah.
we are
Yeah.
late of them.
We already.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
Anyway.
fine.
Anyway. This one.
So this one is 330.
Is very good.
Yeah.
time. Lemon jelly. Maybe she's already presented. Yes.
Yeah. Oh, that was the one for yesterday. So she's the postdoc. She's not eligible. I listened to her yesterday.
So I
she's
can.
She's not there. No, it's fine.
Okay, then. Okay, Simona Pitardi, she's speaking today.
Okay.
And she's a PhD student. Okay. And she's speaking at 2:30. Then Francesco Busso. He was here before, but anyway, he's speaking today. Three. Then Francesco Maldra is a student, but he's
Okay, it's fine. This poster is fine. So what we now do, because we need to now go back, this, we will do it for this number 1.
okay.
Number 2.
Number 3.
This one will include this because I listened to it. We're still gonna read it because I listened to ours, but they must all be, so they will rearrange the small, and then we have to start. Let's talk.
Lega? Hellig. Come? Hellig. Okay. Molto interessante la sua.
Ci vediamo.
Va bene. Allora, big, quindi 2,45, giusto?
It's not the conventions.
This one, right?
Yeah, exactly. And in PDF.
In
think
PDF.
it will be the best.
So, PDF or PPTX, but you prefer
PDF.
You prefer PDF,
yeah.
okay.
Ci siamo con le presentazioni?
No.
I'm fully amazed that you can wear a jacket. No, it's like I'm supposed to wear a jacket. It'll be beautiful. Beautiful. This is the best I can do. The best I can do.
You look beautiful.
I wish I could rub a toque, roll one toque. But yeah.
You wanted to wear a toque? Maybe.
You know that you have to be fully naked and there's no stitches. One false movement with the wrong hand and you're like breathe, let it go.
Yeah, like Adam.
Yeah.
Ristampato il programma.
Devo sottolineare chi parla.
Sì.
Mi manca... Sorry, professor.
Yes, she's
No, at the end of the presentation. Maybe they will make choices that you should ask. It's polite.
Ok, professore, in realtà 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Dove sta il coso?
Che cosa? Gigi. Una penna.
Se sottolinea quelli che stanno, c'è manco qualcuno.
Allora, della prima parte ci sono tutti.
Quella di Sarkozy, no? Pasquale Venerico, dove sta?
Con la sua presentazione. Questa, no, questa è la sua sessione. Sarkozy.
No, questo è Sarkozy.
Sì. Vediamo. Problemi ancora. C'è qui. Quindi Sarkozy.
Che ti dispiace sostituirla?
Ce l'ho quella di Candice.
C'è?
Come se senti come così, se no io
Prof, mi sa che anche l'ultima pagina lo sottolineiamo. Comunque.
Sì, poi sottolinea, lasciala qua.
Lei lo sa in realtà perché si raccusa.
Pasquale,
questa è la nostra
Mazzeo.
Mazzoppi, penso sia. Anche se non so se ce l'ho. Devo vedere adesso della sua sessione che ho.
Vabbè,
Scusi professoressa, è questo il Amodio Pomsym Bari, sempre lì.
Sempre quello.
Ok.
Stanno ritornando. Are they coming from the restaurant? Okay, they coming from the restaurant?
This one? This one. So 5:30, right? 5:30. 5:30. You're welcome. Hello? Just one?
Hard drive. Yeah. Just a second. Did it.
Okay. During the presentation, you can use this remote if you want, okay? This button to go to the next slide. This one is the button. Last button, okay? Okay, you can. Let's go. Me ne manca uno della sua sessione.
Va bene. Che cosa è pomodoro? Quale che manca?
Se c'è qualcosa, Hawkins.
O meglio così. Se non c'è, è meglio ancora. Dobbiamo farli muovere, se no non... Please take a seat. We are starting this afternoon session. It's a pleasure to invite Maya Ruiz, who will be giving a fantastic, I hope, keynote lecture on goji. Another minor fruits can be interesting for our growing region.
Thank you, Giuseppe. Also, thank you for inviting me and giving me this possibility to share with the audience the results we had a few years ago on goji berry. Particularly, this work has been part of a PhD thesis of my former student Daniel Fachuraman, and which is now assistant professor at the University of Foggia, and was actually founded also by the Italian Ministry for Innovative PhD Scholarship. I will just introduce the goji berry quality and importance. Then I will present our results on physiological characterization of post-harvest behavior of goji berry, and particularly I will show you the effect of the storage temperature, the gas composition, and some results we also had in sorting by optical techniques goji berry. And a few words at the end of our product and from their perspectives. So, goji berry is also known as lichu. Can you hear me? Yes, I guess. As lichu fruit or wolfberry fruits. It belongs to the Solanaceae family, and its origin is from China. As you may know, we know goji for the goji berry for the nutritional content, the antioxidant content, but actually goji is consumed as dried berries or in some concentrates, some powder, some pharmaceutical product. We don't have fresh berries not consumed fresh. is because it's very perishable and susceptible to deterioration. Color, well, is important. Red cultivar are preferred, but I will show you there are also different color from yellow to almost black. The size is about 2.5 millimeter length, and bigger fruit can be up to 2.5 grams. It's very rich on carotenoids as antioxidant and vitamin C, while its flavor, its sugar taste and acidic taste is due to the fructose, glucose, oxalic acid, and tartaric acid. And it's also reported to have a tangy aroma. As I said before, it's very perishable, so it's susceptible to anthracnose, to attack of Choledotrichum gliosporoides or Cephalosporium acremonium. Also, we can have some other problem due to calcium deficiency. And this is some example of fluid deterioration. So we can have rot, but also fatigue, or some shriveling due maybe to dehydration. About pre-harvest factor affecting quality, the variety, of course, has a great importance. There are many genotypes studied in China with different post-harvest reactivity. The developmental stage of harvest or the ripeness stage from green to red as reported to have very different content of sugar, acids, and antioxidant and vitamin C. In fact, for instance, when goji is harvested to extract organic acid, green stages are generally preferred. And of course, the time of harvest can also affect content of vitamin C, total acid and water content, and proteins and lipids. What is known so far about the post-harvest strategy to prolong shelf life? Of course, the first factor is temperature, and we found that storage temperature at 0 degrees is recommended. But this author studied -2, 0, 10, and 20 degrees, but the range of 0 to 10 was not investigated. Since, as I said, it belongs to the Solanaceae family, we were suspecting some chilling injuries. About gas composition, there are some studies, some of them are recommending 2 days of short treatment with 5% oxygen, 15% CO2, but the effect of CA has not been investigated. While there are some studies that report the use of additional treatments to preserve and coating to preserve shelf life. So about the physiological behavior, we harvested, and actually I have to take Masseria fruttirossi because I supply the fluids. This work, I think we work on this research like from 5 to 3 years ago, I guess. And so we harvest the full branches of the goji berry, and we selected 6 different developmental stages. We wanted to characterize the production of ethylene and the respiration rate, also in order to understand the climateric behavior of this fluid, because literature is reporting different things. But we observed an increase in CO2 and an increase in respiration only on the first stages of development, while climateric is expected after full development. So it's a kind of climateric-like behavior, but climateric peak should be was expected to be later during the development. In addition, supporting also this behavior is also are also the change in color, the change in sugars and acids. We can see from harvest. We actually stored the fluid for 8 days room temperature, and we can see some color changes also at the stage 1. Regarding, in fact, the color, you can see that here at harvest, broken line means data at harvest, while full color is after 8 days storage. So we can observe some changes of color for the first 1, 2, and 3 classes, while color was almost stable for class 4, 5, and 6. But the final color of the first 2, 3 classes was not the final color of the full of the fluid when ripened on the plant. The same for soluble solids and acidity. We could observe a decrease in acidity after harvest and an increase of sugar, but early stage fluids did not develop the highest possible soluble solids content. So while fluid harvested at stage 6 were fully ripe and they did not change during storage, and they were about 24% of sugars. Here you can see the branches at harvest, the differences in firmness of fluids. So let's say comparable value from class 3 to 6. Vitamin C increased as the sum of ascorbic and the hydroscopic acid increased over the development of the fluids, while phenolic acids and total antioxidant activity decreased. Here some just a slide of a small work we did trying ethylene concentration of 0.5 ppm and 1.3 ppm, where we observed a decrease of textures and some color changes, particularly also on the peduncle, while there were some changes due to the ethylene presence, so we may say that it's susceptible to ethylene. So, concluding this part, we can see that when on the plant we observed over the development ripening process an increase in size, a decrease in acidity and firmness, a decrease in phenolic concentration and antioxidant activity, and an increase in soluble solid and vitamin C content. When we stored this fluid from the 6 stages for 8 days at 25 degrees, we saw some color changes from green to red and some change in soluble solids and acidity, but only fluid from stage 4 and after developed full red color and soluble soluble, which was comparable to red fluid of class 6, which remain unchanged over storage. So standing to these results, we recommend to harvest fluids around possibly at stage 5 and no less than stage 4 in order to have a good size and also a good sugar and vitamin C content. About the effect on temperature, we stored fluid at 0, 5, and 6 days, 6 degrees. And we observed, of course, some differences, particularly some higher spoilage at 7 degrees, but also at 0 degrees, we saw some increase of pitting. So here in red is the condition at 5 degrees, where we observed at the end of the storage, so at 12 days of storage, the highest percentage of sound fluids, which is the green part. So 5 degrees, high percentage of sound fluids, more mouths, more shriveling at 7, and more pitting at 0 degrees. And we believe that this is a response to chilling stress. This is supported also by the electrolytic leakage, which resulted with higher at 0 degrees, then at 5, and then at 7 degrees over storage. So that means that there was a damage to the cellular membrane and electrolytic leakage. About the nutritional content, in terms of phenolic and vitamin C, phenolic were more stable at 0 degree, while on total content of vitamin C there was not much difference, even though the proportion of ascorbic acid in this oxidized form was a little different between 0 and the other temperature. So, as conclusion to this part, we recommend storage of 5 degrees, while we observe some chilling sensitivity at 0 in the form of black spots, shriveling, and a higher incidence of decay. At this temperature, we could store the fruit for about 9 days, but additional technology should be needed if we want a longer shelf life. That's why we test the effect of gas composition. Particularly, we enriched the atmosphere with 5, 10, and 20% of CO2. We could not observe any damage to high CO2, while actually high CO2 was able to prevent decay and deterioration. Also, we can see here the firmness, for instance, which was better preserved at 20 than at 10 degrees, and the effect of CO2 on texture is also well known. Also about organoleptic quality, the highest organoleptic quality was reported for fluids stored with 20% of CO2. So we recommend this condition for designing packaging of modified. This is more or less what I said. So 25% at 5 degrees is our recommended condition for storage, which ensure our highest fruit quality while preserving also biochemical properties. Fruit was stored for 20 days of storage and maintaining a fresh appearance. But maybe, let's say that shelf life need to be evaluated and maybe a little bit less than this. The last part of our research was on finding some solution to improve sorting and quality selection for goji berry using optical methods or non-destructive method. Since end sorting, we know is needs human work and is time consuming and inconsistent. In particular, you have to think that these small fruit are not rotating on a belt like bigger fruits. So if the effect is on the hidden side of the fruit, it's difficult to be seen. And this is applicable also to imaging. I mean, and also for the image, if you don't see, if the damage is not on the right surface, will be not detected by imaging system. That's why spectroscopy combined to hyperspectral imaging may be useful to help to detect unseen damages. Because hyperspectral imaging is helping to obtain spectral information combined to spatial information. Here you can see in this work we divided the fruit in 4 classes: sounds, mildly defective, moderate, and severe defective fruits. And we scanned the fruit with our hyperspectral system. So the hyperspectral imaging is composed of a number of images, one for each wavelength, based on the resolution, on the spectral resolution of the instrument. So in our case, we have 2 detectors, one in the Vis-near and one in the near region. So we have 121 wavelengths for the Vis-near and 160 for the near range. So we applied both ranges. We showed the image based on the on the RGB images, and we took the mean spectra. Based on this spectra, we could assign each pixel to each class, and at the end, due to the averaging of these results, we could classify the fluid into the 4 classes. But actually, when we did this for the 4 classes, we had some errors, some low sensitivity, particularly for mild and moderate classes. But when the classes were reduced to 2, sounds and effective, we succeed to have about 95% of accuracy in the classification. And this is what is really important. I mean, for a sorting line, we don't need to classify the fluids based on the facts, but we need to be sure that only sound fluids are delivered to the consumer. In addition, we also use this technique to predict internal constituent of fluids. Here you can see prediction model for ascorbic acid, total phenol, soluble solid, and titrable acidity, and all of them were giving satisfying results. So based on these results, when a fluid is on the line, you can say that you can sort fluid not only based on the maturity index, so soluble solid and acidity, but you can also have an indication of total phenolics and ascorbic acid content. So we think this technique is very useful and can be introduced on a sorting line since we can predict by the vitamin C, total phenol, soluble solid, and TA, which we think are the most relevant parameter related to fresh goji berry composition and also consumer acceptance. About novel product based on these fruits, from what I know, there are some fresh fruits. And when I say fresh, I mean that are not pasteurized, so you need to put them into refrigerator. And there are mix of fruits like apple, goji and lime, clementine and goji, peach, strawberry and goji, grape, pomegranate, goji berry and mulberry. And also there are some 100% fruit, goji fruit from Spain or from China, but these are, I believe these are pasteurized fruit. And of course there are also fruit concentrates. I also found there are some jam, also in this case, poor 100% goji fruit, or sometimes they are mixed with other fruits. There are some fruit puree, mildly processed. While we hope to see more and more fresh produce. We know that so we have been working with Masseria Frutti Rossi to this product with having about 20 days of shelf life. But at the moment there is no market for this fruit. So going to the conclusion, I think the increased information we got on this goji can help producer and processor to commercialize fresh fruit. We know that some industrial attempts of producing and distributing fresh fruit were not successful, but I think this is for the lack of information, communication, marketing strategy on its use for the European consumers. So I think there is still space. We know that marketing is very important, and so we might encourage the local and organic production here in Italy or all over Mediterranean countries, and there is space for novel product and minimally processed product. Thanks for your attention.
Thanks so much, Maria, for your presentation. Are there any questions about this new topic, about this new fruit, the goji fruit? May I have a question for you? What about the possibility of cultivation of goji fruit in regions like Puglia, where we are. Do you think goji can be a possibility for growers in these times?
I think you, as I said, you also may know that in Puglia there were some experimental cultivation like in Masseria Frutti Rossi, and I'm not sure, but I believe that they don't produce it anymore, not because it's not easy to grow goji fruits in this region. I think it's feasible, but I think more for no market, I mean, depending on the cost, also because harvest is at the moment is done by hands, and
maybe the cultivation of goji can be coupled with strawberries or raspberries, blackberries, so it's small fruits.
Yes, I think yes, but we need to convince the consumer first. And then I was saying the ripening on the branch is not homogeneous, so you have to pass several times. This might be also a problem. I mean, time consuming, resource consuming, it's therefore, I mean, if you do this, if the market response is good, otherwise. Other questions?
Other questions? Okay, thanks again, Annalisa. Now we move to the first part of the miscellaneous section, chaired by my friend Elisa Lacoste. Please, Ali, come on stage.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. So we are a little bit behind the schedule, and we want to a little bit speed it up. So, a speaker, please shortcut your speaker time to probably 10 minutes instead of 12 minutes. Audience, we will be limited to one question per presentation, and if you have further questions, please see the speaker during the coffee break, okay? And I apologize in advance if I mispronounce any name of the speaker. So our first speaker is Julian Marshall, who is going to talk about the pomegranate collection. Oh, change? Oh, okay. First speaker, I have a different schedule. Okay, Francesco Maldera, who is going to talk about the car cultivar. So once the speaker wants to jump in 10 first minute, I will just stand there. That's when you will have 2 minutes to finish. Okay.
Okay. I try to be as fast as I can. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity. I am Francesco Maldera from the University of Bari, and here I present a work that we have done in collaboration with the group of the IRFAP of Mallorca on a new hermaphroditic cultivar of carob. A little history, I will be very fast. The carob originated in the Middle East, in Syria, Palestine, and it's traditionally cultivated in all Mediterranean areas, in all the Mediterranean basin, and also in the similar climate zones like California, South Africa, and Australia. Today, we have more than 74,000 hectares of carob, mainly concentrated in the Iberic Peninsula, and also in Morocco and Italy. And more of 180,000 tons have been produced, with 44,000 only in Spain. Carob is known as an alternative species because in the last decades of the 19th century, it was an opportunity to replace different vineyards affected by Phylloxera. And after 100 years, now it's very interesting because it's an alternative for Xylella fastidiosa. In fact, with the project that we have done, funded by the region Puglia, we found that this neglected and underutilized species has more than 270,000 hectares available as a potential land suitability, and there is a possibility to expand also in larger zones. Of course, we didn't evaluate the rest of the Puglia, and it's something we are evaluating now. The problem of carob is that there are different biases. like the reliance on different female cultivars. Carob is renowned as trioic species. So most of them, the ancient ones, are female, so they need pollinizers. Most of the hectares are all, with irregular or wide tree spacings, and they have a long juvenile phase. So it means that after 7, 8, 10 years, you still don't have fruits. For this also, we have lack of recent innovation that are coming in these latest years. One of them is on the genetic. So now we are comparing ancient genotypes like Durayo and Amele di Bari. Durayo is a cultivar, a Spanish cultivar, and Amele di Bari is a Apulian genotype with new cultivars that are hermaphroditic like E13P and E14P. For this, our research was to evaluate the most promising cultivar, hermaphroditic cultivar in the Balearic Island in a Spanish traditional growing area. That is in Mallorca, this plantation in Somolé, planted almost 11 years ago, conducted in organic management with rain-fed condition. The cultivars that we compared are the E13P, that is the hermaphroditic one, and the Durayo, that is the female one. We evaluated different parameters from phenologic to morphometric and qualitative, starting from the thermopluviometric trend. And we see that mostly in 2022 and 2024, we observed 3 and 4 months of drought. In particular, in 2024, we observed drought also in September. Starting from the blooming, we observed that that E13P served as a pollinizer for Durayo, and with a total overlap in 2022. These bars means that the blooming, the stage of the flower is 3-4. That is when the flowers are receptive and they can escape pollen. So this is in 2022. In 2023, we observed only 50% of overlap, while in 2024 we didn't have no floration on Durayo, probably to problems of alternate bearing. We are still evaluating it, but also for climatic conditions. Something very strange is related to flower abortions. We observed more than from 70 in 2022 to 42.5% in 2024 of flower aborted, while in Durayo we observed almost no abortion. This is mostly related to a longer floration in Durayo than in A13P than Durayo. It means also in summer, but also on the number of flowers that Durayo and E13P produce. E13P is highly productive of flowers, so it's a natural regulation of the trees. Passing on cumulative yield, we observed that E13P started producing at the 4th year, so saving 3 years, starting 3 years before than Durayo. And at the last, and 2024, we observed a difference of almost 60 kilograms per tree. And so this is enormous if you think about a commercial orchard. We didn't observe no differences in growth and vigor between the two cultivars, but surely we observed differences in yield efficiencies, of course. So we observed plus 145% for yield efficiency on track cross-sectional area, and almost 3 times higher yield efficiency on canopy volume. Passing on morphometric parameters, we observed that Durayo performed bigger pods in general, and in particular in 2023 we observed the biggest ones. While Durayo E13P always performed the smaller pods, and in 2022 and 2023 we observed something strange. We observed in 2022 the shortest but the thickest one, and in 2023 the opposite one. Passing on qualitative parameters that are very important for the market. In this nowadays, the most important use of carob is the industry. So for the extraction of the locust bean gum. So we still have a higher weight of the pod for Durayo, but when we pass to the seed content, we have a percentage that is almost 20 on average, with a peak of 25 in 2023. And this is very important considering that Durayo only has 15%, and there are a lot of cultivars that are near 10 or below. So, in conclusion, E13P stands as an earlier bearing cultivar, and this is all in rain-fed condition. So, if we go in irrigated condition, the things change. It is the one that has the highest cumulative yield. There is no differences in vigor, so it's important for its economic and biological life. And it has also the higher seed content, more or less 20%. So in this way, we can make efficient and profitable also this alternative crop, this carob tree, and it's very important for the diversification in agroecosystems under climate change. For the Xylella, for example, it's non-host species of Xylella, so it's important to new orchards. And the genetics is very important, is a key driver for productivity, and also we can reduce pollinizers because we can also think about total hermaphroditic orchards as for other species like almonds and other self-fertile species. The future perspectives will be concentrated on the carob field research all over the world. For example, also try the E13P here in Apulia or in other climatic Mediterranean zones. We still continue to evaluate it also for the long-term yield stability and to see if the alternate bearing that we see in 2024 for Durayo is something that we can appear also in E13P in the next years. We will try to optimize also irrigation, and there is a poster of our colleagues of the IRPAP here on the irrigation strategies to improve carob cultivation. And as I already said, the plantation of total hermaphroditic orchards will be our goal. I want to thank you, firstly, Dr. Maria Carmen Garau and the group of the IRFAP, Jaume, Biel, Lorenz, and Geroni for the help and for the collaboration. And also Rosa and Fernando Hernando-Rena for their effort of the Viveros Hernando-Rena for the effort for the improvement of this. And also my colleagues, the Camposeo Lab, the Camposeo Laboratory, the Professor Salvatore Camposeo, Professor Alessandra Gallotta, and my colleagues Francesco, Riccardo, and Fabio. I was in time, I think. Thank
you. Indeed, very in time. Well done. Thank you. So we have time for one question.
It's one question. It's more like it's about how you analyze your work. You've got a season, right? And you've got two cultivars.
Yeah, two cultivars, and we have different seasons. For the phenology, we took three years, and for the morphometric and qualitative for 4 years.
So the question was, or it was going to be, how come you did not analyze the result in the factorial, like to apply a two-way? I mean, factorial, two-way another.
I did.
Did you?
Yeah, I did. I didn't report the interactions,
okay.
But I also did this. So yeah. If you wait a second. I lost the presentation. Okay. For the cumulative yield, it was we thought it's more important to observe the differences between the two, but also I think it's evident. But if you go on the morphometric parameters, we have done the two, the average and also on the years. So we observe among the years differences, but for morphometric and qualitative, they are mostly related on climatic conditions. They are still the most stables, okay?
This one looks like a two one-way ANOVA.
No, it's a two-way ANOVA. I didn't report the interaction. I will, if you want, we can share this.
Excellent job. Okay, our next speaker, Simone Pitardi.
No, don't worry.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Simona Pitardi, and my pleasure to present our research about comparison of chilling requirements among pomegranate cultivars. Pomegranate native is from Latin Monogranatum, but is native to Persia and is cultivated worldwide from Mediterranean, Middle East, South Africa, and Australia. And actually, there is a global expansion of the pomegranate. Here you can see in the map the global distribution of pomegranate. The native area is shown in green, and the introduced area in purple. The presence of pomegranate in such different environments show how it is important to evaluate the chilling requirements, since bud dormancy release depend on winter temperature. In Italy, pomegranate production is rapidly growing with rapid expansion, especially in Puglia. In this map, we can see the distribution, especially in Puglia, which is among the leading now producer in Italy. Most orchards are in Puglia, Sicily, and Veneto, which together account for almost 90% of the national production. This rapid growth makes it crucial to identify cultivars that are better adapted to Italian conditions, especially in terms of chilling and heat requirement. The objective of this study, the main objective of this study is to identify chilling and heat requirement for dormancy release for some pomegranate cultivars. The goal is to identify the cultivar that can best adapt to the microclimate and territorial conditions of Italy, in particular in the Apulia region. This knowledge is very important to support cultivar adaptation in different environments, especially in regions where winter may not provide sufficient chilling. To calculate the chilling requirement, we apply the Wimberg model, which is considered the hours accumulated at or below 7.2 degrees. The heat requirement was expressed as growing degree hours using the Richardson model, calculated from the end of dormancy until 50% of bud had open. Okay, the study was conducted on 4 pomegranate cultivars, 2 Italian cultivars and local cultivars that are Adentemol Fett and Acido Torrelonga, and 2 international cultivars, Fleshman and Wonderful. They have different main traits, and they differ in skin color, seed color, and juice taste, which reflect their genetic diversity. We select these cultivars to evaluate their thermal requirement and to understand which ones are better adapted to Italian growing conditions. The research was carried out at the Martucci, at the repository at the Martucci Experimental and Educational Center in Valenzano of the Department of Soil and Plant and Food Science at the University of Bari ad Moro. For the evaluation of the thermal requirement, we collect 1-year-old fruiting branches, about 14 to 50 centimeters long, from 11-year-old trees. On December 9, 2024, cuttings from the examined cultivars were collected, placed in a plastic container, and transported to the laboratory. In total, we used 36 cuttings, 9 for each cultivar, collected from 3 different trees. The cuttings after were stored in a cold chamber at 4 degrees and subjected to 7 treatments, corresponding to 0, 100, 200, 300, and the 600 hour of chilling. Each treatment had 3 replicates kept in separate containers, and every 5 days the basal ends were recut, disinfected, and the sucrose solution was renewed before placing them back in the chamber. After storage in the cold chamber for the different chilling treatment, the cuttings were transferred to a grow chamber for 20 days. Here, they were subjected to forcing with a photoperiod of 10 hours of light at 22 degrees and 14 hours of darkness at 18 degrees. During this period, every 5 days, the basal end were recut, disinfected with sodium hypochlorite, and the sucrose solution was replaced. So, based on the response to chilling, the cultivars could be classified into 3 response levels. Fleshman show a limited increase with no clear peak and have a low response, and Fleshman and acido torrelonga and adentemol feta both increase progressively and reach their maximum at 400 hours, and they have intermediate response. And Wonderful exhibit the strongest increase with a sharp peak at 400, and he have an high response. Overall, bud break increased progressively with chilling and reaching the maximum at 400 hours. The statistical analysis confirmed that the increase up to 400 hours was significant, while at 500 and 600 bud break decreased significantly compared to 300 and 400 hours. This indicates that an intermediate level of chilling is optimal, whereas excessive chilling reduces bud break. Here we can see in these graphs you can see the heat requirements expressed as growing degree hours. Each graph shows the peak of value of GDH for each cultivar and the value observed later when the requirement decrease. Fleshman reached a peak about 2,300 GDH, and Wonderful was more stable with values around 2,800 GDH. Adentemol feta peaked at about 3,700 and then decreased at 2,700. Finally, acido torrelonga at the highest value over 4,400 GDH. This shows that cultivars differ not only in chilling requirement, but also in their heat requirements, with clear differences between them. In this graph, we can see better the results because there is average heat requirements of each cultivar. And these differences highlight that each cultivar has a distinct thermal profile, which is important when evaluating their adaptability to different growing environments. Carried out field samplings at 170, 218, and 420 chilling hours. The results show that the break percentage generally increased with accumulated chilling, but the response is very different among the cultivars. Wonderful showed the highest bud break already at 170 hours, and adentemol feta display a progressive increase, reaching a maximum about 420 hours. Acido torrelonga show an irregular trend, but also peaked around 420 hours. Fleshman remain relatively stable, with a slight decrease at 218 hours and a new increase at 420 hours. This observation confirmed that chilling requirement is not a fixed value, but depends on natural condition and the physiological status of the buds. This table summarizes the chilling and heat requirement of the 4 cultivars that we examined. Overall, these results confirm clear differences among cultivars, both chilling and heat requirements, which are crucial when we evaluating their adaptability to different environments. In conclusion, our results show very clear difference among cultivars in their thermal requirements. Adentemol feta and acido torrelonga both required about 420 chilling hours with high heat requirement. Fleshman show a weaker response without a clear chilling peak, but with a modest increase observed around 300-400 hours. wonderful display the most variable behavior because in the field reaches maximum already 170 hours, while in the lab it required 450 hours. This study is also highlighted the clear differences between field and the laboratory conditions, because in the field the dormancy release is influenced not only by chilling but also by different temperatures, photoperiod, hormonal balance, and nutrient supply and other environmental factors. So the requirement may appear lower. In the lab, under control condition, bud break depends more strictly on chilling accumulations, and the requirement appears higher. Overall, chilling and this requirement, like said before, cannot be considered fixed values. They depend on the cultivar, but also on the environment and on the experimental conditions. These results highlight the importance of integrating both environmental and genetic factors when we evaluate pomegranate adaptability, because only in this way we can have a successful cultivation in different Italian regions. I want to say thanks to my whole research group and my supervisor, and thank you for all.
One question for... Yes.
I would like to understand something here. Don't you think you have subjected those cultivars into a very short chilling periods or dormancy period, the ones you conducted in the lab? And then my question is, how long is the dormancy period over this region? Like if you're using the 3 units maybe from the chart or using the data from the weather station, how long? When is the onset and when is the beginning of bud break? And do you experience any negation during that time?
Okay, of course, this period is very short in the field because, how I said before, there are different conditions like temperatures and hormonal balance and are very different. It's very different situation than laboratory, because in the laboratory we have microclimate controlled condition. And so I don't really understand your answer. You asked me if it's good to have a short period.
I'm saying, okay, when do you also experience the onset of your bud or your dormancy periods here in this region? Like when do you start experiencing temperatures lower than 7.2 degrees? And then do you experience any negation where if the temperature suddenly rises to 22, 24, 25 degrees in the middle of the dormancy period? Do you experience any negation where now all of a sudden your buds are breaking because there was a spike in temperature?
Yeah, but this is depend a lot of about different temperature, because we can have, for example, some results now like this, but the next years we can have, for example, more cold winter, and we can have different results. So this is the first year that we have this research, but of course we will have other research in the next year to understand better the response and if is real, is the 170 hours is real, or maybe the next year changed because the environment is not very the same, every day, every year.
Thank you. Just a short comment regarding your question. So chilling hour can be different between a region. The tree response to chilling requirement when they go to dormancy, and it's a physical phenomenon. So it can be changed year to year for year. And when she talk about the temperature below 7, that doesn't mean that, for example, from November the temperature will stay -7. The temperature is fluctuation. On the Mediterranean climate, probably have 7 and then go 15 and then 750. So It's changed between the year and between the cultivar. And generally, when you want when the tree go to dormancy and drop the leaves, generally the tree responds to chill hour, and the chill hour accumulated 2 weeks at least before the bud break. Yeah.
I want to make also another comment. When we consider also in the field, we notice a very huge difference between the seasons. So we consider to test the cultivar once at least at 4. So in the 1 year, it happened in October, the other year in December. Right? Because when we tested the twigs in the lab with some leaves on, we didn't notice anything. So with even few weeks on, the lab experiment didn't work. So from one season to another, we noticed a lot of change. In the lab, you can control, the top year, day after day. In the field, you have in October, higher temperature, or in November, very cold, and then another day, very hot. So this may influence a lot, the different results from the field to the lab. So I think we have to take care of the data of the chilling requirements when they are done, in the field in different areas, because they may be very different.
Yeah, thank you, Giuseppe, for explanation. Let's move to the next speaker, Maciej Helbig, who is going to talk about the pomegranate.
Thank you so much for having me here. I assume that you never had Latin in your life, so you didn't manage to read the title. So Malum punicum recte seritur. Yeah, it's forgiven, so no worries. So thank you very much for having me here. So far it's been a pleasure. So today I would like to share with you some history of pomegranates from the ancient Roman perspective. Now you can ask why a classicist or someone who deals with antiquity, Latin and ancient Greek, has to deal something with such a modern thing as harvesting and cultivation of pomegranates. So if you take into consideration Friedrich Nietzsche words about philology, and back in the day in 19th century, philology was meant just the classics, because there wasn't any other philology in the world. So as a science of antiquity, of course, we have already exhausted all the possibilities, but what is inexhaustible, as Nietzsche says, it is the accommodation of antiquity to the present. And let's try today to understand the present from the perspective of antiquity, because as you can see, he asks the question, why not do that? And in this particular matter, the classics is infinite. So, I guess, Simona, you have already mentioned the etymology of the name. It was okay, I agree. Yes, it is what you said. However, Greek has only one name. The different things you have seen, you see here, so Roa, Roye, Roya, it's because ancient Greek has as many dialects as possible. And learning them all, it's a nightmare, so believe me. Especially when you have to conjugate the verb in different dialects, that forms are not comparable, so it's not. In case of Latin, it's pretty easy because it's granatum, or in plural granata, or in feminine form granata, as arbor granata, often accompanied by the noun malum granatum, mala granata. It's all derived from granum, which means grain, so a plant that has a lot of grains. But it's also, and it's the other names are maybe not widely used, but they are pretty often used by the Roman authors. It's malum punicum, or simply punica arbor, from the Latin name for Phoenicians and Carthaginians, and punicus punica punicum of a Phoenician descent, or purple, or puniceus, punica, puniceum, also of Phoenician descent, Carthaginian descent, or purple. So this is the etymology. One tiny little thing, because I'm a classicist, so I have to say it. Whenever you have a situation in a Latin word like this, remember that you have to read this E. So it's puniceus, punicea, punicee. So it should be solanacee. I've already heard mispronunciation of the solanacee, so remember double E sound. Solanacee. End of lecture. Let's skip Caius Plinius Secundus Maior because this will not be interesting for you. This is a Roman encyclopedist. He tells a story that he brought up from different places, different sources. He uses punicum malum, punica arbor, punica or punicum silvestre because he describes something that a wild pomegranate. But let's skip, we don't have that much time. And let's get to something, to the man that probably would be far much more interesting to you, Lucius Junius Moderatus Columella. So this is one of the most important agronomic authors in Roman literature. He is the author, and we have these texts in Latin. They are both translated into English and French. I think they're also in German, especially in the Teubner editions. I don't know who bought Teubner recently, but you also find that. De Re Rustica Libri Duodecim, so 12 books about, let's say, agriculture. Liber de Arboribus, about the trees, and the thing that we don't have, and I wish we had that because it's Adversus Astrologos, and as you can see, which contained a polemic with the Chaldeans who promised to change the weather in specific days. So that would be interesting. He at least quotes 6 times the name, and it's Punica Arbos with very archaic form, Punica Arbor, Punicum Malum, and Malagranata. So let's see what we have. So, Liber de Arboribus, so about trees. Yes, I know it's long. So, the quote. The pomegranate tree is correctly planted in the spring up until the 1st of April, but if it bears fruit that is sour or not sweet enough, it shall be improved in this manner. And better hold your chairs. Water the roots with a mixture of swine feces, human feces, and stale human urine. This will both make the tree more fruitful and in its early years produce a winey fruit, but later, indeed, it will make it even sweet and seedless. We have diluted a very small amount of Cyrenaic laserwort in wine and thus coated the highest tips of the tree. This remedy corrected the sourness of the fruit. He continues, to prevent pomegranates from splitting on the tree, a remedy has been approved. If, when you plant a tree, you place 3 stones right at the root, but if you already have a tree planted, sow a squill next to the root of the tree. By another method, when the fruit are already ripe, before they split, twist the stalks. Works for sure. You can try it. And send me an email if it works. Especially the correction of the flour using feces, the sourness using feces, because it sounds really interesting. I think using this amount of fertilizer would simply burn the roots, but he says it corrects the taste. Let's try it. So here you can see that the text is organized in a different manner because it's written in hexameters, so it's poetry. So this is the 10th book of the Re Rustica. Just to give you a hint, Moxubi sanguineis floribus induit arbos, punica queru dilomi testit tegmine grani. It should be written like this, so it's a rhythm. And what he says, in a very poetic manner, he tries to tell us that soon when the pomegranate tree clothes itself in blood-red flowers and ripens beneath the glowing husk of its seed, it is time to sow the beet, and then the famed coriander springs forth, and the darkening cumin pleasing with its slender form, and the berry of the thorny asparagus plants shoots up, and the mallow which follows the sun when it's bending head. And that which bloodily imitates your wines, O Nician, and fears not thorns, for rising definitely through the brambles. It binds the wild pear trees and untamed bryony of the alders. So in a very poetic way, you are being told that you are supposed to seed the beets when the pomegranate starts to blossom. You can try it. I don't know. Just tell me. Just tell me if it works. So this is the 11th book of De Rustica, when he sums up all the 10 verses from the previous slide in like one sentence. Very precise. Now, this is even more interesting, because here you have a recipe for a medicine if your colon hurts. You have to use the medicine called through the fruit, whatever that means. So if you have indigestion, you can use in a new earthenware pot or a tin-linned vessel. Cook an urna, so about 13 liters, of a must from Armenian shrub vines, along with 20 large quinces, cleaned and whole, and sweet whole pomegranates, which are called Punic apples, and berries, not overly ripe, divided with the seeds removed, which should amount to about 3 sextarii. These are to be cooked until the fruits dissolve into the must, and there should be a boy who stirs the fruit with a wooden or reed spatula to prevent from being scorched. He does not tell if it works. No. I guess whenever you will have pomegranates that are not for sale because they are not that beautiful, I guess you can buy some quinces, get like through the pomegranates, get the must, and see. But you need 13 liters of must. Yeah. So the next is on preserving green pomegranates, and this is one of the largest. This is one of the largest, let's say, pieces of the Rustica. Let's say that he just repeated several pieces of information from previous books. However, this is one in the middle is that the same method can also be done in a large jar. So if you want to preserve, you can just boil the pomegranate and cook it over the boiling water. You can use clay with some straw to prevent from splitting. You can twist the stalk if it works. I don't know. I tried this today on the farm. I don't know if the one pomegranate will split or not. Maybe we will be informed. But generally speaking, this is the thing that he advises us to do. Now, for the cultural significance, I saw someone already covered that. This is, of course, connected to male fertility. In Rome, it was pomegranate was connected with goddess Juno, or Juno Junonis. And for your further enjoyment, there is at Galina Salva's Villa Livia in Prima Porta, now in Rome. So as you can see, beautiful pomegranate trees. Here is Insula Castiamanti in Pompeii, a lovely cock eating pomegranates. Villa Poppa is not far away, Oplontis. So you have a glass vessel with, people say pomegranates. I will not argue. Preda Julie Felicis in Pompeii, so glass vessel with fruit. We have pomegranates, I guess, here, but people say that in the glass bowl we have also pomegranates, some grapes. The amphora is supposed to have wine, but some people say that it's garum, so this is the famous Roman fermented fish sauce, and a jar of figs. If you see figs there, I see nuts. They say it's figs. If you go to Israel, Caesarea Maritima, we have this. Republic of Macedonia, a leopard eating a gazelle, I guess, under the pomegranate tree. Here's the detail. And from Jordan, this is the beautiful mosaic with the Greek inscription. And thank you very much. And whoever has a question for me will be immediately assigned to the Department of Classics of the University of Bari.
Thank you.
Thank you, nice presentation. So we're going to next speaker. Francesco Busto is going to talk about the pomegranate peel extract.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Francesco Busto, and I'm a PhD student from University of Bari in Chemical and Molecular Science. And today, I will talk about a new gel and gum-based hydrogel with pomegranate peel extract for cartilage tissue regeneration. Okay. Cartilage degradation is a common physiological process, but at the long term, through diseases such as rheumatoid arthritis, osteoarthritis, or infection, it became pathological. So in these cases, pro-inflammatory transcription factors are activated, upregulating gene responsible to cartilage growth. In these cases, steroidal or non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs are usually used for this condition, but at long term, they cause a lot of several effects. For this reason, attention shifts toward the natural product. For example, agri-food, agri-industrial waste are a promising source of bioactive compounds such as polyphenols, contributing at the same time for circular economy. As regards, for example, pomegranate juice production, a lot of waste are generated and normally remain unused. For example, these waste have a lot of polyphenols, and one of the most abundant polyphenol in the pomegranate peel is punicalagin. So for this reason, pomegranate peel extract have a lot of biological properties, anti-cancer, antimicrobial, and anti-inflammatory properties. But as regards the cartilage tissue and the cartilage tissue regeneration, punicalagin, for example, suppresses gene responsible to cartilage degradation and pro-inflammatory pathway. For this reason, the aim of the work is the development of a new gel and gum-based hydrogel with pomegranate peel extract, demonstrating the versatile role of this type of extract rich in polyphenol as a green cross-linking to enhance mechanical properties and at the same time to enhance biological activities. We choose gel and gum because it is well known for its ability to form hydrogel, so a scaffold to cellular growth, and because it is FDA approved, and it is well known for its biocompatibility, but it shows low mechanical properties. For this reason, we chose pomegranate peel extract. This pomegranate peel came from a local market in La Terza near Taranto, in Apulia. And we choose this type of extract because it's rich of polyphenol. For example, this extract have 1.7% of punicalagin. Analytical characterization and biological evaluation were carried out to demonstrate the chemical, physical properties and biological activities of hydrogel. So at first, dried pomegranate peel powder was solubilized in distilled water at room temperature, and after at specific ratio, and after centrifugal to obtain a polyphenol rich in extract rich in polyphenols. And after to obtain this hydrogel, low acyl and high acyl gel and gum were solubilized in extract at specific ratio. So to improve mechanical properties, at second cross-linking step was carried out dipping hydrogel in magnesium chloride solution to obtain ionic cross-linking. So through FTIR and solid state and NMR, we demonstrate a good interaction between polyphenols of pomegranate peel extract and polymer through hydrogen bond. But no covalent bond has been observed. And through solid state NMR, we demonstrate the retention of polyphenol in scaffold in hydrogel. So through antioxidant assays, we observe a scavenging effect of the hydrogel, but this value of scavenging effect are lower respect to pomegranate peel extract released in PBS in free form, confirming the retention of polyphenols in the hydrogel. Moreover, through kinetic release of punicalagin, we demonstrate a plateau value that was observed at 24 hours, monitoring by HPLC in dyed array, and only 0.88% of total punicalagin in the extract was released. Moreover, through mechanical characterization, we demonstrated that magnesium ions increase stiffness and pomegranate peel extract increase the elasticity. So this property, the combination of this property, it's a good promising to cartilage growth. In fact, through rheological analysis, we confirmed the viscoelastic behavior. All samples show also a good cytocompatibility, and extract low added hydrogel show also a good cellular differentiation from staminal cells to chondrocytes through chondrogenesis process, upregulating gene responsible for cartilage growth. Also in pro-inflammatory condition with interleukin-1 beta in the medium. Moreover, samples show also a good antibacterial effect and antibiofilm effect for gram-negative and gram-positive bacterial at specific Staphylococcus aureus and Escherichia coli. And samples showed also a good anti-inflammatory properties, upregulating gene responsible to expression of pro-inflammatory anti-inflammatory cytokine and downregulating gene responsible to pro-inflammatory cytokines. In conclusion, analytical characterization demonstrate a good interaction and a good cross-linking enhancing mechanical properties of the hydrogel and a good biological properties such as antibacterial, antibiofilm, and anti-inflammatory properties. And for this reason, this hydrogel with pomegranate peel extract could be a promising strategy for cartilaginous tissue regeneration. I want to thank my research group of Professor Elvira De Giglio, the group of Professor Andrea Cochis from University of Eastern Piedmont, and the group of Pier Giorgio Gentile from University of Politecnico de Valencia. Thanks for your attention.
Well done, we finished in 6 minutes. So we have time now for 2 questions.
So am I right that you only looked at gene activation, or it's not clinical trials? Huh?
No, I don't. Can you repeat?
Is it gene activation or is it clinical? The trials, is it gene activation or is it clinical?
Okay, these tests are in vitro tests on cells, and punicalagin, pomegranate peel extract rich in polyphenols, we demonstrate that downregulate gene responsible to expression of cytokine pro-inflammatory. Yes.
So no more questions. Thank you, Francesco.
Okay. Thanks.
So our next speaker is Oscar Venerito, who is going to talk about Apulian minor fruit species and variety.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. I will show you a presentation on recovery, characterization, and valorization of Apulian minor fruit species and varieties. Well, we made a great work of characterization, recovery of different, a large number of minor fluids and minor species, and in particular in Apulia, with the help of Apulia region, we made a great work of conservation and characterization of ancient fluid germplasm, with the help of several research institutes that made a great work. So through these projects at the CRSFA of Loporotondo, that is an research institute that work in our region, was established and potentiated the regional center for the access to conservation of native fruit, vine, and olive, which represent one of the largest collections that we have in Italy. Well, also there are other important collections that represent the other collection that we have in our region, in particular at the University of Bari, in the field in Valenzano. We have the collection of pomegranate, cherries, figs, and grapevine. So the projects allowed the discovery and introduction of hundreds of minor varieties. And so a great study of conservation, characterization, and also evaluation of the healthy status and sanitation of recovered germplasm. So these are some numbers of our Center of Conservation. So we have more than 21 hectares and more than 1,800 different varieties of 40 different species. Well, there is a specific project of Apulia region that regards manure and citrus fruits. Well, the action of the project is in particular the collection of documents, of ancient documents where are cited the ancient varieties, recovery of genetic material, characterization, in particular agronomic, productive, morphological, genetic, technological, and the phytosanitary evaluation, and also registration on the national catalog. So economic valorization, access to conservation, exchange of information at the national and European level, and also information dissemination and training in the school. And so the main objective of the project is to the protection and valorization of biodiversity of these native fruit species. In particular, the main objective is to support the agricultural companies in the production and also transformation and distribution of these local varieties with a view to developing new supply chains. So this is the map of Apulia region, and these are the different varieties that we have recovered in our region. In particular, we made a great work on fig. Fig is very important culture in our region, and so we have recovered about 300 different accessions. Also, for minor fruits, we detected 92 different genotypes of these minor species, such as Azaron, quince, European medlar, Japanese medlar, mulberry, also pomegranate, prickly pear, jujube, Cornelian cherry, strawberry tree, and also edelberry and rowan. So we made on some varieties worthy of valorization, we made a deep characterization. A deeper characterization on, for example, for basic qualitative and technological characterization, advanced qualitative characterization, a deep genetic characterization, And so also we made a development of innovative product protocols, a processing of sensory profiles on these products, a study on consumer acceptability for fruit products, and also phytosanitary evaluation. And so we made this characterization, for example, on the minor fruits for each accessions. We made carpometric and photographic surveys to create the pomological sheets. And also we made a description and comparison between the different accessions to create also the varietal identifier. These are some fig varieties that we have studied, such as minor figs, such as Figo Cocomero, Processotto Viola, that are very interesting. So for carob, we have recovered also Trigianesca carob, Mollesca quince, and others. And so for all the accessions, with the help of University of Foggia, in particular my colleague Aziz Zakak, that made a deep characterization of figs and pomegranate and other middle fruits, we made a construction of a great database with all the profiles and the accessions to obtain a various phylogenetic tree. And so while with the colleagues of University of Bari, such as Cinzia Montemurro, Valentina Fanelli, we made a deep characterization of minor fruits for the compounds. And so also a basic qualitative characterization to a creation of identified cards for each varieties, for the varieties worthy of valorization. And so this investigation conducted an extreme variability in composition and the bioactive and the nutritional factors. And so is very important. And so we made the characterization of bioactive component profile by different analysis of polyphenols, anthocyanins, carotenoids, and so creation of the volatile profile. And so we made also a development of product protocols, and so we made different processed foods. For example, we made from 20 different fig varieties, we have made dried figs, and so we make also different analysis. Also, we made different innovative products, such as fig vinegars, different kind of jams from the different varieties. Also for different fermented products, for example, quince cider, but also from carob we made a fermentation, and these are the different products that we have made. So also we made a morphological study on microorganisms associated with these fruits to study the native population of microorganisms. For example, with the help of CNR ISPA Flecce, we have made fermentation tests on laboratory scale, for example, for quincy juices for Amela Giganta variety, for the carob for Amele varieties, and figs from Dottato and Vescovo varieties. And so we have made a morphological study these fruits. And so these are, for example, some species that we have made isolated from the different fruits. Also, we made a processing of sensory profiles on the fresh fruits, so on the fruits such as, and also on the transformated products. Also, a study of consumer acceptability of these products we made in different initiative, and so we made different consumer tests with subsequent initial processing of the data. And so we made these products. All these data are, we have making the third year of testing, and so we are making all the works. Thank you very much for attention.
One question. Yes, yes, please.
Just a curiosity.
Yes.
When you mentioned the analysis of microorganisms associated to this food, are you meaning microorganisms in the surface of the fluid or in the soil?
Well, on the surface of the fluid. We made a prelieve on the fluids, sterile prelieve, and also my colleagues have made the study on the surface of the fluid.
Thank you.
Thank you to you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let's move to our next speaker. I apologize in advance for mispronunciation. Okay, I'll do my best. Lisa Kagafura, who is going to talk about Konica granatum leaf area index.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Raisive Khapula, and I'll be presenting part of the work I did for my master's degree. So we'll be comparing two parameters, which is the in situ, referring to the ground measurements, and the remote sensing techniques, which in this presentation we'll be referring to them as ex situ techniques. Firstly, I'm going to introduce what light interception is. Some other people or some other papers refer to it as fractional interception before we go into leaf area index. So light interception, it is the amount of sunlight that is captured by a plant's canopy, which is used to understand how canopies interact light throughout the seasons. Now, it is listed as a climate variable that is often used as an indirect way to estimate leaf area index. That is why it's important for me to introduce light interception so that we get an idea of how we used the light interception data to get the leaf area index. So leaf area index is defined as the key metric that is used to describe the structure of a plant's canopy by measuring the area of the leaves relative to the ground surface. Now, it plays a role in 3 points, which is to reveal how much space is available for capturing sunlight, to monitor vegetative health and the growth, and to monitor yield. Now, the estimations can be done in 2 sections. It can either be the traditional method, which I'll dive into, or the modern technologies, which can be referred to as remote sensing techniques. The objective of this study is to use and to compare in situ and ex situ methods of estimating light throughout the selected months in the season. Our study area was in the Wellington area of the Western Cape in South Africa, and it's classified under CSA under the Copenhagen climate system and falls under the Mediterranean semi-arid. So that's the map of the Western Cape, and that's the orchard that we worked on, which is roughly about 4.3 hectares. With in situ, we used a device called an Acupa LP80 septometer, which is 8 centimeters long, and we measured up to 6 selected trees in the orchard with a spacing of 2 meters by 4.5. Now, we measured both sides of the tree to get a representation because we get solar radiation in different angles as the sun moves in the orchard, and the measurements were made at hourly basis at around solar noon, where we were mostly getting the maximum amount of solar radiation in the area. And the probe's tip was kept at the distance of 0.8, and 1.6 meters from the center of the tree row, as represented in the image. With ex situ, we used Landsat 8 satellite imagery, This satellite images, we specifically selected all the images that had a 50%, that has less than 50% of cloud, because cloud is one factor that is able to dampen or to cause errors in the data that you collected. And the images were ran using a model called PY7, which is a Python surface energy balance algorithm for land method. And we used instantaneous and 24-hour data variables that we collected from Giovanni, which is a product of NASA. So the model requires meteorological inputs and soil inputs, which I've included in the table. And the data, we used QGIS to create a raster map polygon of our exact study area, because one satellite image covers an area of 180 to 185 kilometers of the area. So if you don't create a raster image of your exact map, you're going to get a representation of that area and not of your specific orchard. So in this table, we have dates. So we specifically chose days where there were no clouds for the ground measurements, and the stars indicates days where indicates that we couldn't collect data on that day because there was cloud cover. And for remote sensing, as I've mentioned, we were specifically looking for images that has a cloud cover that's less than 50%. The results, I chose to present our daily temperatures and the total solar radiation and the wind of the study area. So we can see that we got our maximum temperatures in the months of January and February, and our total radiation was also found in January, with February indicating the highest wind that we got in the study area. So we're going to move to the lift area index data that was measured using the Akipa and the remote sensing model. So I'm going to distinguish the data in two parts, the canopy development and the full canopy to leaf 4. If we look into the ground measurements data, we have a consistent trend where the canopy development data starts roughly at around 1.2 and it increases as the months go, and we get a peak in December. And then when we look at the full canopy, it started just after December towards the end of the season where we harvested in March. And then it also shows the constant decrease going forward. Now, the interesting part about this data is the remote sensing data. You can see that the data from the ground-based and the remote sensing, there's a difference in the numbers that we got. When you work with remote sensing, we have to pay attention to the fact that remote sensing, the satellite image focuses on the whole orchard and not on the specific tree that's been selected. So the image, when it calculates leaf area index, it uses your variables such as your NDVI, your CVIs, your SAVIs, and your EVs, which makes a huge difference when it comes to the data that we got. So looking at the canopy development, we can see that for PY7, we got the minimum of 1.5 to around 1.8 in September, the maximum actually of 1.5 to 1.8 in the season, which is the inverse of what we got for the leaf area index. I will explain why that happened. And then we move also to the full canopy leaf fall. The highest that we got was in December, and January was the lowest that we got. But when you compare it to the point measurements, this data doesn't correlate very well. And I'm going to explain why this happened. Part of the thesis, I looked into NDVIs of the orchard, and we found that we have been observing that there's been yellowing of the reaching to that up until a later stage, and we saw that there's been waterlogging that's been reported in the earlier parts of the season, which caused the season to have yellowing of the trees, and it was not related to fertilization. but water problems. And in the middle of the growing season, we looked into the soil water balance data, and we saw that the plants were very stressed, which induced the yellowing of the trees, and then which means that the data that we're going to get from the leaf area index of remote sensing is going to use those parameters that I mentioned, where the values were low because the orchard was not in the best condition. So the general data is the lowest, and it doesn't follow the trend that it's supposed to follow, because with remote sensing, it can pick up water in the orchard. It can pick up a reflection of the soil, which is another factor that you can get that can make your data not to be consistent. And this can also be considered a spike. But when we look at other months and the data, it follows a trend, which is a little bit consistent, but it raises eyebrows because it's an inverse of what we got for point measurements. Like we always say in science, no two measurements are going to be the same. So this is what you get from measuring point measurements from an exact tree and measuring from satellite images. Here we did the comparisons for the in situ and the ex situ. We did a linear graph, and we can see that the highest R squared that we got was from July and October. And we need to bear in mind that June and July are dormancy months in South Africa. And someone might ask, why did we get the highest in dormancy period? It's because satellite images, they pick up the weeds in the row. So just because we did the leaf area, the light interception data of a tree, it doesn't mean that it doesn't pick up the rows in the area. And we also need to consider that when the model does the calculation, it picks up the NDVI data, which is then goes back to the weeds that we get, which gives us the greenness and the data. So in conclusion, we saw that there's been a consistent rise of our LAA values under the canopy developments, with a peak of 2.8 square meters of leaves per land in December, which indicated full canopy development and a consistent decrease going forward. Now, in a study that was done by Parvizi in 2016, we saw that their data corresponds with the data that we got in our orchard, which gives us the confidence that we are in the right direction of the study. With the ex situ, it was a little bit of a challenge because we don't really have studies that were done in South Africa in regards to this, and also in the world where remote sensing is practiced. Now, the consistent decrease was detected, and the variation was also seen, which makes us suggest that more data needs to be collected, because this is data that has been collected over a 13-month period between 2022 and 2023. Now, if we look at our equations, we can see that in September to March, we have a negative gradient, whereas for the other months, we have a positive gradient. But when we look at the statistical analysis, all the measurements were higher than 0.05. And then we're suggesting that further research should be done regardless of our p-value being greater than 0.05. Thank you. I'd like to acknowledge our funders and collaborators in our participating farm in Velgemoed. Thanks.
One question if we have. Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. It was quite nice. I would just want to ask, if you will do time series models.
Time series models?
Yes. Will you share one of your study?
In our study, we only were comparing ground-based and remote sensing. We used EE flux and PY civil models, and the only data that we were using were from Giovanni. So the time series we did not encapsulate in our studies. We're just following the protocols of the models and how we should get external data to be fed into the model to give us the outputs.
Okay, until you can share those models, so because here, what you are getting with your linear operations. So you are doing a sequential modeling by season. But I think if you use time series models, you can use one models for the whole season. And it will give you some insightful output where you can get a seasonal patterns around I think you can try this.
Does it also factor in that the satellite images only give an image per 14-day period, and then with light interception, we depend on the data. So even if we get images using time series, it might be that we find an overlap because we don't collect on the same date. If we collected on the 7th, we might get an image on the 27th, and there's been a difference in growth in between. So we're trying to get an idea of how much leaf area index we get, irrespective of the dates that we get. So the time series part becomes a little bit sketchy because we have to use available data and also depend on the weather to get our data. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Fumujo Sharp-Targa, who is going to talk about weather on quality, productivity, and growth of pomegranate.
Good afternoon, everyone. At least my student has already covered some of my work, and my other student yesterday, he covered some of my work. So I'm happy that now I'm just going to polish a little bit. So I'm going to talk about the effect of weather on the quality and productivity and growth of pomegranates in the Mediterranean climate of Southern Africa, the Western Cape of South Africa. So here, this is the study which was part of the holistic study which was funded by WRC. We were mainly focusing on water use and also determining the irrigation scheduling and the water requirements and the water demand of the pomegranate trees. But I had to look into a different angle as a meteorologist of saying, okay, what really happens, what are the major climate drivers of what is happening in these two different microclimates? So in the introduction, I look at pomegranate trees have a unique phenological character concerning flowering. What we have discovered, before I embarked into this project, I was invited to, when I was bringing the students, and then I was like, there are 3 times of flowering here with this, because I was working on, I used to work on what we call cherries and apricots and other, but when I started seeing this, I'm like, okay, there's a first flush, second flush, and third flush of flowering periods. What is really going on? What is the major driver of this? And I also discovered that, okay, these trees are also self-pollinating. So what drives the pollination around, is it bees or is it wind? And then what role does wind play in this? So the 3 flowering periods are driven by weather variables such as temperature, relative humidity, radiation, and also wind. Because all these, they also contribute to the photosynthetic activities within the trees. And then I look at, okay, what are the problems associated with the weather variables or climatic variables within this? So wind movement along the orchards due to your orientation. Now, when you're looking at southwest orientation or north-south orientation, your orchard orientation will have a contribution into how the pollination works, or how the wind will distribute that pollination within your orchard. And then pomegranate fruits from young trees are easily affected by sunburn as a result of sparse leaf coverage. Now, I've seen some of those in the field today when I was looking at, the sunburn is mostly on the side. And then I stand there and look at, okay, where is the sun coming from? Which parts of the orchard are affected by sunburn? And then I realized, this is the same problem which was happening in the orchard where we are conducting the research. And then also fruit damage driven by wind and high temperatures. And then fruit damage due to sunburn, prolonged sunshine duration hours. When you look at the Western Cape have a different climate as compared to the inland in South Africa. They have a prolonged sunshine duration hours. Your sunrise at 5:45 a.m. and you have a sunset at 8 p.m. So that plays a major role in the in terms of the sunburn, because now your trees are more exposed for a longer period of time to sun or to radiation, which means we need to find solutions on dealing with such. So, and the effects of shortwave radiation. So the objective of this study was just to look at determine the role of which weather play on the quality and the growth of pomegranates fruit from the 2022-2023 growing season and 2023-2024 growing season in Wellington in South Africa. And also we also did the study in Avontir, which is young orchards. So this is the study site, which is my students have already told you about this 2 study site yesterday. He's my PhD student. So Avontir, which are the young orchards, and Velgemoond, which is like planted in 2010, which is a very old orchard. And that orchard is planted similar to the one we were visiting with the bankies on the rows, just for water preservation. And then what I've decided were to use high frequency data in order to understand the microclimate. So how do we get the high frequency data? We used the eddy covariance system. We use the surface renewal technology system, so that, and we also use what we call error 5 reanalysis data to understand the major climate drivers around that specific area. So the weather data, we had the weather station, my students showed you the 2 weather stations that are in the farm yesterday. And here you can see, pointer, you can see this is our eddy covariance system, and there is our surface renewal technology. So this is the cheaper version of this one. So what we are trying to do by using the 2 systems is to say, okay, if we want to encourage farmers to start dwelling or embarking into this technology, which cheaper version can we design or can we encourage them to use so that they can start implementing such kind of systems into their management of orchards, or understanding the microclimate of what is happening within their orchards. And then what I did first was to go and look at the wind distribution, because I want to mainly focus on what is happening with the wind in this area. And then I use the error 5 data to understand the meridional winds, which are the major climate drivers in terms of the surface wind that happens in that specific region. And then you can see now when we're talking about the wind, we look at the direction when you're talking about wind direction, you look at the direction which the wind is coming from. So from this data, I ended up creating what we call the wind rows to determine what are the prevailing winds in this region, which is and then we found that we have the southwesterlies wind always coming in. During 2022 season, it was the southwesterlies wind, and then 2023, it was also the southwesterlies wind, but in 2024, it was the southerly wind. So which is a little bit of a shift, but which doesn't make much of a difference. And then we look at the station data from one season to another. It tells us we are able to see that the wind was picking up mainly during the time of February. And if you look at this data, this is the radiation, the total solar radiation, and then you have the wind during the month of January and February. And this is the time your fruit is growing, and then you're about to harvest. And then when you are having all these winds picking up, this might cause a lot of damage to your fruits. Some of the fruit will fall if you are not managing your orchard properly. And this can also exacerbate your evapotranspiration rate or your VPD. And then you can see what is happening also during the month of November and October. And then this one, I'm not going to dwell much into it because my student has discussed the evapotranspiration rate, the water loss, which determines your irrigation requirements. And then we look at the quality traits just by doing your TSS using the Atago refractometers, for your fruit diameters, and also we look at the color charts provided by Pomsym, and then we look at all these different fruits, and then we classify them according to what is required in the market. We have got the extra fruit, which is bigger, and we have got the class 1, and we have got the fruits which are meant for juice, the ones which are discarded, and then I still have time. And then I will go to the statistics of discussing the fruits. So if you look at the shoot developments also, because I'm talking about the growth, you look at if you look at the young orchards, they are not really just few days after a bud break, you can see that it just grow a little bit, 90 days, and then afterward it becomes constant. There's no growth. And then we look at, okay, what might be the cause? What is happening within the weather? So this is some of the further studies that we need to do to understand what is really causing this delay in growth or the stagnant in growth, which is not really high. But if you look at the young ones, if you look at this other two during the next season, 2023, it's totally different than what was happening in 2022. So what really driven this high rate of growth during the next season? So what I always do in other fruit trees, we look at what the management practices during the previous season and compare it with what happened to the weather during that season. And then what we found that now when we are doing the classic analysis, we look at the extra fruit. This is based on the percentage of total number of fruit harvested and say, okay, what have we did? The fruit weight of extra class, the percentage, and then you look at the high percentage of extra fruit weight, that was 83% of the, and then we don't have much in the, and the color one, which we, from class 1, because we usually determine it by color, and therefore we look at the percentage of sunburn. It's quite high. This is, if you are farming and then you look at this percentage of sunburn, you start thinking, what do I do with this, and how do I prevent this? Because this is a loss at the end of the day. And you look at cracking, at least 62% of, and that is cracking of the extra big fruits. So you don't want that. You need to find a way to manage that. Now, let me move straight to a recommendation of how do we manage this. So when I was in Tatura in Australia, I learned about the agrivoltaics system in orchards. What are the benefits of this? They provide you with lower sunburn losses, better resilience, which protects from extreme heat and wind and hail. Your dual land use, which generates solar energy. More especially in South Africa, this will be useful because you have load shedding and you can produce your own electricity while protecting your fruits from sunburn. And therefore, you are benefiting down here with power, which you will use to power your cool room or your storage systems. And in conclusion, I will say microclimate modification is crucial to understand what is happening, and new orchard establishments must consider the prevailing wind direction during the flowering times, and advanced research on understanding the effects of weather during the phenological growth stages of pomegranates is crucial. And we really need to dwell into all these new technologies which we can help us into managing our orchards better. And I would like to thank the funders and the institutions which contributed to this research, which are Agricultural Research Council, University of Free State, Water Research Commission, and last, and you have Pomasa, NRF, University of Stellenbosch, and also the IHE Delft, which we work with in terms of the remote sensing analysis. Pomasa helped us a lot in terms of determining the farms that we can use for trials. And also, I would like to invite you, those who are working on transpiration, on a conference next year that I'm convening in Montagu. It's an international workshop on safe flow. It is also under the ISHS. So this conference will be from 23 of November 2026 until 27 November 2026, will be held in Montagu, because we are working on Montagu now on apricots. Thank you.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, so if you have a question, you can ask during the coffee break. So please join me to thank all the speakers in this afternoon, and then enjoy your coffee break, okay? Thank you so much.
Allora, io devo vedere un video che è per l'ultima sessione e poi mi volevo prendere
un video della Siracusa?
Sì.
Ce l'ho. Non so perché, ma ce l'ho già.
Ok, va bene.
A meno che non sia cambiato.
Quando te l'ha mandato? Ieri? No, questo qua. Perfetto, ok.
Ok. Perfetto.
Ok. La presentation.
It's the latest one.
This one?
Can you see what the full name is? Can you make it bigger?
Yes.
Yes. Can you open this one and see? Yes. Okay.
This one.
Okay, yes. Yes.
You're welcome. So. Your presentation is at what time?
It's the last one.
Last one, okay. Okay. No. Okay, anyway. There are we can remove it anyway, it doesn't matter, okay?
Le cartelle di questo giorno. Ora?
Sì. Non so quanto ci metteremo, perché c'è un bel po' di roba, ci sono anche dei video. In effetti volevo farlo anche io solamente. Allora. La carico qui.
Sì, sì.
Vediamo quanto ci mette.
Secondo me la lasciamo andare.
Due minuti, non è tantissimo.
Se vuoi aspetto io qua.
No, in realtà sto aspettando un'altra persona che deve caricare la... Tanto 2 minuti passano. I can't, professor. I can't go. I can't go. I'm the only one. No, come on. No, I can't.
Lui lo sa, no, si difende da solo.
È vero, sono pelato pure. Sì, devo sistemare. Ah, comunque puoi anticiparmi. Ah, okay. Forse lo facciamo adesso, perché sennò non c'è tempo. Sì. Agostino, puoi chiamarmi Andrea che deve caricare la sua presentazione. Grazie.
Poi ci sono anche quelle degli sponsor.
Sì, c'è tutto.
Grazie mille.
Niente.
Anche di questo.
Non avevo calcolato il peso specifico.
Qua c'è un po' di roba.
Okay, perfetto.
Grazie anche di questo.
Di nulla, è stato veramente un piacere. Una bella esperienza.
Dove siete?
Andrea è sparito. Che fine ha fatto Andrea? Andrea che fine ha fatto?
Andrea
nostro.
No, si è rinchiuso a riprendere.
E mi vedete la presentazione, se no. Ha detto che ne ha fatto un altro. È andato così, diciamo. Allora, dal suo computer non possiamo fare nulla, perché tutto quello che si poteva fare l'ha fatto. Quello che può fare è inviare al professor Ferrari, che sicuramente lo fa il Topix, perché forse noi possiamo provare a andare con le sue credenziali su ISKS e provare a caricarlo noi.
Allora lo faccio subito dopo che si è fatto fuori.
Come?
Faccio subito, perché cosa fatta? Capo A.
Questa non
Sì,
non lo sapevo questo.
se ti dico che lo faccio, dopo domani
Capo A.
dove cazzo c'era? Cosa devo fare?
Meglio farlo subito,
Cosa
Sì, poi domani questo sarà tipo in camera criogenica. Venerdì glielo ricordo.
Devi chiudere questo sì. No, se no mi resta qua.
Sì, no, certo.
Allora io te lo guardo
Sempre a simposio. Facciamo così, facciamo così. PPT simposio? Sì.
Io sono 17, il terzo, no?
Sì, a proposito, devo parlare con Bartual, mannaggia. Comunque è una storia infinita, non finisce mai. Non ce la faccio
Dai,
più.
che è finita. Oggi è basta.
Vero, hai ragione, Simo.
Stasera
Più
stappiamo il
ottimisti.
Comunque,
17.
piove pure. Io mi sembra da programmare 17. 17.
Ok.
Io il terzo sono. A che ora inizia? Prima spero ti dico precisamente. Allora, 16 17 15, no?
Che domani c'ho 40 di verde.
Sta pure piovendo.
Ma io l'ho detto che no, di pioveva.
Sì, io volevo portare l'ombrello della Giorgia. C'ho l'ombrello grande così.
Dal fine settimana.
Cioè la cosa hai impostato a chiuso. Vediamo la prima, la seconda.
Sandro, vuoi che la tua o vuoi solo quello del io vado a fare che Alessandro lo carica in rosa.
Vabbè.
Posso chiudere, no?
Tanto poi lo ricordo io.
Ah.
Sì. Nei prossimi
Chiudo?
giorni vediamo.
Sì,
chiudi.
Questa è la mia, questa è la...
Perché io ho controllato, perché tutte le procedure che doveva fare,
Sì, grazie. È frustrante, sai.
Comunque ha lavorato, ha fatto il suo articolo, quindi non vedo perché non debba essere caricato. Una soluzione la troviamo sicuramente.
Sì.
Sono il primo che difende questi principi. So così.
Yeah, it should be, it was supposed to be past last year. So we're standing here in front. I'm sorry. I want to ask, and I will be very glad yeah.
outside, so when she's back.
Alles goed?
I sent it. Oh, I sent it. Oh, was it a phone? Okay. I thought it was in the same card. Oh, she's just, yeah. You talk to her?
No, I just saw she sent a message.
Oh, okay.
And like,
She's just like, yeah. What did you do? Here we are. I'm going to call him Matt because his name. Yeah. That's his name there. It's not difficult. M-C-I-E-J. M-C-I-E-J.
He saved his number, but no, it's not there because he's not on WhatsApp.
No, he's not on WhatsApp. That's why I can't send it to him. M-A-C-I-E-J .R.H-E-L-B-I-G at protonmail, P-O-O-T-O-N-M-A-I-L .ch. Yeah. Oh, check. Check. And he's in Poland. Oh. Okay. Okay. No, she's they went to the Reform market and they had a very nice couple of she had a couple of green pancakes and she ate some of my chips and then they went down to the strand and had a walk around the woman's bay and a milkshake with pancakes. My dog. I see. See, there's also buttons there. So we go station. Pizza, where's that? And it goes to airport. Stazione Centro Bari, airport in Bari. Here we go. This is 6:31. It's 7. Yeah. That's a more sensible idea than we did one time. But I'll do it if you want to do it. Piazza Aurora. At the you said yes, yes. You don't? Yes. Piazza. Everyone knows it. But it's strange when it says if I should ask this lady that you check it. It has a bit of an attitude. Coffee was straight cost. For $5, it's not bad. But I'll ask you. $5 is good instead of $50. And it's very good. This the auto serve easy. I don't know. Yeah. Start the at what time does the train stop?
It's quiet. When this is quiet.
Did you get it in English? No, I was just wondering if there's a It says not a special in power. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. In this of her strips. See. Okay. Do you remember where the first place kicked? Okay. Yeah. So we just said it's a huge lunch. Yes, exactly. So you take it up here? We haven't got to do it. Let's just sort it out. What do you think? You sure?
Non vuole che tu di 15 minuti. Non so vediamo se parte.
Io il terzo sono 16:30, c'è un altro.
No, l'ho giocato io.
Il secondo sono quindi.
Tu sei il
terzo, no?
Tu sei il terzo.
Terzo lì.
No, è
16, allora.
Questo era
Quello è
16:45.
16:30, 6:45, 17, sì.
Solo che se non metto questa parte tutto. Che lo sapevo io, 15 minuti.
15?
Sono di proprio così.
Casomai a 12 minuti lo faccio andare alle conclusioni. Non lo so. Vabbè, dico, sono 15 minuti esatto.
14:37, sì. Come vuole lei, insomma. Cioè, voi vi gestite. Quindi.
Vediamo dove arriviamo.
E poi torniamo a parte. Welcome back after this coffee break. So the first presentation is fruit extracts from immature pomegranates available by product and resource. An overview of our past, ongoing, and future studies on this unexpected source of biological significant compounds. We don't have the presenter, but we have a video about this presentation. We can play the video.
Insomma, troppo.
Here, I thank a lot for the opportunity to share my presentation. And I apologize in advance for the quality of the slide, but my eyes have been sick during last week and are still being really okay. So an additional thanks goes to the scientific committee, in particular Stefano. So I'm talking today about fruit extracts from immature pomegranates. Laura Siracusa, belonging to the Istituto di Chimica Molecolare of the National Council of Italy, and I am a chemist. Today we will talk about the matrix itself, the compositional studies we perform, and the compositional feature characterizing the immature fruits of pomegranate, the bioprospecting study, and the future work and project we are going to make over this month. That's the most useless slide today, because everybody here knows what pomegranate is, its beneficial properties and features. Just to point out that among the diverse pomegranate part, the immature fruits are the less studied and known. That's my job, because I'm a natural product chemist, and I can tell you that metabolism, secondary metabolism of pomegranate is astonishing, because the plant is able to build very complex structures, such as that of glucocaragina, all these algae and carotamine, starting from very simple building blocks, and particularly starting practically only with gallic acid and glucose. Gallic acid itself gives rise to this dimer, the HHDP molecules with lactonides with a intramolecular bond to lactic acid. And lactic acid is one of the key molecules of pomegranate, together with glucocaragines and a family of polyhydramine and carotenoids. All these molecules I just highlight the common features, ischemic acid, HHTP, and lactic acid. These structures are repeating in a very complex way to build all these molecules apart of pomegranate specialized metabolites. Anyway, regarding the matrix, as I told before, scarce attention was given to the display-harvest product, the display-harvest waste product, generating from the cleaning process of pomegranate. The cleaning process, as everybody knows here, in pomegranate takes place at around 1 month to 2 months after fruit bloom. So we receive these small fluids. Red are 30 DFP old, and the green one are 60 DFP old. We receive these fluids from a local consortium, the consortium Corpo di Sicilia, because they have a lot of problem in treating these fluids, which covers 20% of pomegranate production. So the two cleaning procedures cover 20% of the pomegranate production. It costs practically in charge to producers. So this was a really big problem for them. To verify if something interesting is in there, we divide this immature fluid into pills, so you have the outer part, and mesocarp and iris, the inner part. For both the averages, we use ripe pomegranate of the same cultivar, the wonderful one, the wonderful cultivar, to make a comparison among these extracts. So we also use two different extraction solvents based on our experience. We use distilled sterile water and agroalcoholic mixtures, and a total of 12 extracts were analyzed by means of high pressure chromatography coupled with spectroscopic and spectrometric detectors, and that's more or less appears. This is a very familiar chromatogram for everybody dealing with the pomegranate. The two peaks, number 14 and 18, these are pictures taken by our paper in +1. It's already published. These two peaks are the measured peaks and belongs to clinical engine A and B. These extracts represent the right pomegranate, so the comparison matrix, and mesocarp and iris and peels from a qualitative point of view, not quantitative, as you know, from a qualitative point of view are strictly similar. When going to the immature fluids, the situation changes a little, because, for example, for the stage 1, mesocarp and iris and peels, especially mesocarp and iris, stage 1 is the 30 ESB old fluid. It's completely different. There are still clinical engine, but there's a lot of other molecules. Okay, we didn't follow the whole maturation process in pomegranate. Okay, we just took two snapshots, one at 30 DSP, one at 60 DSP, so we can only hypothesize that in this stage of maturation there's something going on. In fact, in stage 2, at 2 months after fruit the compositional profile is very similar to that of ripe pomegranate. by adding the various contribution in terms of polyphenols and dividing it in different chemical subclasses, we have chemical genes, total granulamin, allergic acid derivatives, and granulins, a series of very, very important molecules, which are not really visible in the right messages, but in the immature are more evident. What appears, these are from hydroalcoholic extracts, what appears is that for stage 2, both pills and inner parts, mesocarp and others, contain much more polyphenols to respect to the right counterpart. And this is quite obvious, considering that the right fluid contains more water, more simple sugar, so we are expecting that these results. We are not really expecting the fact that the stage 2 was more abundant in polyphenols to respect the stage 1, but we registered this phenomenon. And also, hydroalcoholic extracts are more abundant in polyphenol to respect to the aqueous extract. As for example, SDW means sterile distilled water extraction in yellow, and hydroalcoholic extraction where alcohol is phenol, hydroalcoholic extraction in purple. For all the matrices considered, the second mixture, so that mixture, the hydroalcoholic extraction was much more effective and extractive to the bioprospecting studies, okay, there is something that should be said at this stage. Regard the extract as such for topic or using the extracts with all these components that we have seen, and the potential as food supplements. Potential food supplement means ingestion. Ingestion means gastric phase and an intestinal phase. So the path that these molecules go when they pass through our stomach and our gut must be taken into consideration. For topic activity, we choose the antimicrobial activity as food preservatives, for example, and we obtain quite interesting results. This is a table taken from our last article, which is currently on the review, in which we explain the insight based on in vitro and in silico studies, both on the extract and on practical standards, on the antibacterial activity of this extract from pomegranate into fluids of pomegranate. What is clear from this table is that both the earlier stage of maturation, stage 1 and stage 2, possess more or less the same antimicrobial activity to respect to their right counterpart. Something that is needed to say is that these tests were performed on 3 strand samples, while the polyphenol count has been performed on milligrams for molecules on gram of fresh vegetable material. Future working projects, there is a lot to do. For example, we have to study the insight into the specialized metabolism accumulation of pomegranate, because I told you before, we just took snapshots of it. We didn't follow the whole accumulation process during maturation of pomegranate. Anyway, in my opinion, the stage 1 profile is much more interesting because it's quite different from the right counterpart. Different cultivar, and not just a wonderful one, has to be taken into consideration. And we are also studying, as I told you, the molecular mechanism for the antibacterial activity show from this molecule, for what concerns the antimicrobial and ectopic bioprospecting. And then, last but not least, we are currently collaborating with a famous group in CSIC, which is CSIC in Russia, to verify the oral introduction of this immature fruit extract. Let me thank a lot of people work on this project and are still working on this project about me. My colleagues Luana Cubianti, Carmen Cabo, Tomascano, and Francesco Alberto. A very special thanks goes to the group of the University of Catania, both the horticulture and the technology session. The last one, I would like to thank in particular Cristina Restuccia and Lucia Parafati. And there's interest in these matrices, also because we patented the extraction method. It's an extraction method targeted for very difficult and troublesome matrices. We patented in Italy, and we with extension in Europe and the United States. For this reason, private companies and partners are showing some interest. So Lazarus Ricerca, Medimutrex and Line, apart from Consorzio Laboratori di Sicilia, who practically provided, so started everything, because practically provided a small food to us. And of course, I would like to thank everybody for your kind attention.
Okay, we thank Laura Siracusa for this video, and now we come back live with my friend Julian Bartol, which will give a presentation, who will be giving a presentation on our repositories, pomegranate repositories in Bari and Belgium. It's your turn. Julian.
Please want to go to the next slide.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I think you all are very tired, and I try to give a short presentation. I think this work is the first step in a fruitful collaboration between the Bari University and the Agricultural Experiment Station and IBIA. The title is Conservation, Local Varieties and International Demo Platform Futuro Challenge. Participants in this work is Lozano, Zuriaga, Eventual from IBIA and Estación Experimental Area Delche, and Galatea, Marconi, Ferrara from the University of Bari. First of all, I'm going to highlight where is the objectives of a germ plant, in this case for pomegranate. Is morphological, physiological, chemical characterization, and functional compounds. In our case, maybe 250 or 200 accessions. When we say morphological trait, the shape, size, color, physical chemical properties, moisture, solid, acidity, functional compounds, antioxidants, polyphenols, flavonoids, vitamins, is one of them. The second one is study the diversity using molecular markers. This word. This involves the use of molecular markers such as microsatellites, this is the case, assess genetic variability, identify unique genotypes, and support breeding programs through genetic profiling. The last one, maybe in our case, maybe in Florida also, is obtain new varieties through crossbreeding. In this case, selecting parental lines with desirable traits, performing controlled pollination, evaluation and selecting offsprings with F2 generation, or using marker-assisted selection to accelerate breeding. Why is important comparison studies in general? I think there are at least five points. The genetic diversity assessment, to understand the range of genetic variation, avoiding redundancy to detect duplicates, and breeding programs, okay, conservation, prioritization, because the in vivo germ plants, they are a lot, it's very expensive. We have to try to eliminate maybe some of the restrictions we have in this case. Facilitating international collaboration or supporting genomic and phenotypic data. In this case, we study 184 varieties or gen plants collected de la Universidad de Bari and the Agricultural Experiment in Elche. We made the homological and morphological accreditation. We studied the genetic diversity. We use 90 variant accession, 94 accession from Elche, from around the world, because it not only was for material from our area, because we use also varieties for other parts of the world. In this case, Central did that place study. In homological and morphological accreditation, we study fruit and area weight, fruit and area color, seed hardness, table acidity, solids content, and ripening date. In the genetic study, we use 16 microsatellites markers. It was we used this was Venezuela. The results. In homological, a more important group was medium. The harvest time, when you say medium, the last week, the September, maybe the first week of October. We talk about the skin color with the group, the greater group was red and cream and pink. The fruit weight for the medium is about 300 grams. When we talk about the hard and blue groups, the very hard and hard was very important because we have a lot of accession from other countries, like maybe Asia. But the group of soft was maybe for our area influence. The area color, we have scarlet, salmon, ruby, red, pale yellow, and coral. Red and coral was the most common. The area weight, medium and very big, were the most related. When we made this categorical phenotypic data of principal components, we can see the group easier to distinguish was the Mediterranean side. This blue. These are 4 accessions or 5 accessions from our area in Elche, Huerto de los Cristianos, big, sorry. Moyar, one type of Moyar, clone de Moyar. Safari is a variety we came from Spain, from Arabia Saudi in the 12th century. Okay. Roja brillante y Moyar. From the Bari plants, for Specchia, Casamasina, Mandalore, Dolce Corral. You can see, maybe you see this area, the Mediterranean area, more of these accessions are or pink or green. Okay. Studying the genetic diversity is easy to distinguish the ornamental accessions. In this case, we have 3 ornamental accessions. The rest of the accessions. We also can study the cell hardness, so a strong association with genetic structure. Hard-celled accession were more dispersed, the dark red, Whereas the soft seed types, clustered type, this is the cluster of the very soft seeds. But, however, of work is optimizing the plant management and selection, and we have we share 20 accessions with the same name. When we study these accessions in molecular markets, our finding was 6 accessions had identical profile, but 11 differ just in one of 2 alleles, but 5 of them showing distinct profiles. K has acid and OR in 4 microsatellites, Azadi and Doxlegre in 9 microsatellites, and Moyanex and Camberley in 10 microsatellites. This suggests a high likelihood and of this classification with one of the German collection warranting for the review. So I don't know for other what have to eliminate. This study as conclusions underscore the rich genetic and phenotypic diversity preserved in the two major European program collection from Elche and Bari. We identify unique genotypes, redundancies, and accession misclassification, enhancing the basis for more efficient general management. The importance of integrated molecular and phenotypic data, although we discuss a lot about the color. This work also emphasizes the need of growing international collaboration. I hope it's only the first step. And the Charismatic resources offers valuable potential for the sustainability improvement of pomegranate cultivation across Mediterranean and similar environments. That's all.
Thanks, Julian. Other questions? I have a comment about, the...
Question for you.
Yeah.
Question for you.
For me. Yes, sometimes we have to be careful when we talk, and study some varieties, because we need to know where they come from. Because we can consider, Azadi or Parfianco, for example, not just 2 varieties, and then we can see with the genetic analysis they are different, because maybe they come after passages from one place to another, and then there is a changing of the name. So we must be very careful. So this collaboration can be an important step, not only then between Italy and Spain, and then we can consider also South Africa, US, and the other important countries for pomegranate to make a very clear word about pomegranate, because pomegranate from this aspect is a relatively new species about genetic varietal studies with respect to apple, peach, or grape. So a general work is needed, I think, to better clarify the genetic aspect and also the morphological, aspect of these varieties. So, thanks again. The next presentation is about another important species, the fig, and is given by Andrea Mazzeo from my research group. So please, Andrea.
Thank you. Good evening. Fig represent one of the oldest widespread species in the Mediterranean basin and is the third classical fruit crops associated with the beginning of horticulture in the basin, together with pomegranate and palm tree. The Ficus genus included over 800 species, almost all of tropical origins, except 3 species. Ficus genius are characterized by a particular reproductive system because it's the dioecious species, by the presence of latex and the false fruit named Syconium that bears what is the true fruit, a draplet or achenius. However, other species of genus, for example, Ficus religiosa or Ficus sycomorus, are monoecious. The most commercially and economically important species is Ficus carica, that is a true subspecies. Ficus carica now has domestic figs with female flowers and edible fruits, and Caprificus or wild ficus with male flowers and no edible fruits, but is very important for pollination of the cultivars that require it. This practice is known as caprification. Another minor species with spread and used are Ficus sycomorus, ancient plant mentioned in the Bible, with small fruits used for food purpose because are very tasty and sweet. In ancient times, the Egyptians used the food for sarcophagi. Also, Ficus racemosa or cluster figs is very spread in India and Australia, place of origin. In some countries, it has an important cultural and religious value, and the Buddhist and Hindu religion, it is considered a sacred plant. Usually, the plant is a great development. Ficus auriculata is known for their good taste fruits for decorative plants and in therapeutic purpose. It's very diffused in Asia countries as Pakistan, Nepal, and China. Some species of ficus are used for latex production, such as Ficus altissima. Fruit is not eaten and the plant is sacred in Buddhist and Hindu religion. It's spread in Southeast Asia and Thailand, Vietnam, and Birmania. Another species used for latex production is Ficus elastica. Is spread as ornamental in many countries of the world. Origin of figs is very ancient. It is believed to originate from Caria, from which the name derives. Probably the figs is native to the southern Arabian Peninsula, where wild fig and caprifig were found. It was cultivated by Phoenicians, Syrians, Egyptians, and Greeks. Figs are mentioned in sacred texts, the Bible and the Quran. In the Bible, the first mention is in the book of Genesis and in the New Testament. Archaeological finds dating back over 11,000 years have been found in Jordan Valley. In Egypt, archaeobotanical records was found near the Nile Delta. Under domestication, in the picture show different between ancient and modern fruit, because under domestication, the plant gray vegetative draw the rotting of female individuals select for their desirable characteristic as syconia size, flesh, and sugar content. The species is very spread in the Mediterranean countries and Asia, which are world's largest producer. Subsequently, in USA, California, and then in Brazil and Japan, important figs cultivation are spread in southern Italy, in Campania, Puglia, Calabria regions. Over the last 15 years, despite the area having decreased, world production has increased thanks to improved cultivation techniques with irrigation, fertilization, but also to the increase in the number of plants per hectare and to entry into production of young orchard. Nowadays, Morocco has the largest surface area in the world. with over 16,000 hectares, followed by Turkey and Algeria. Italy ranks 15 with just over 2,000 hectares. The largest producer in the world is Turkish, with over 320,000 tons, followed by Egypt. In Italy, with approximately 12,000 tons, is in 70th position after China. In Italy, the species is practically widely spread throughout the country as minor cultivation, while we find in specialized cultivation only in some southern regions. In Campania, area of Cilento, Puglia, Bari province and Salento, and Calabria, Cosenza province. Over the last 50 years, Puglia has also suffered a sharp decline of approximately 98% in area and production. Currently, fig cultivation extends over just over 500 hectares, producing a quarter of national production. Fig in Puglia is characterized by high biodiversity, with over 100 landlands, specialized orchard only in Brindisi and Bari province, which produce all the Apulian brevas in very different periods. The presence of only brevas cultivar used for production, which Petrelli and Domenico Tauro, few and not irrigated intensive or semi-intensive orchard. The most common and adopted train system is a vise shaped with a short trunk to facilitate manual harvesting operation. Usually in Puglia, figs is associated with other fruit species such as olive and almond. The strong demand of brevas, especially for foreign markets such as Germany and UK, is concentrated in a short times. In this picture, in this slide, we can see Petrelli brevas. Is a cultivars historically cultivated in Torrecanne, area in Brindisi province. The Sigonium has green skin, in some cases can reach up to 100 grams. Production reaches yearly, end of May, and the productivity is high with 3 or 4 Siconia for branch. The proximity to the sea and the soil and the climatic condition allow for ear ripening. The short stalk and low resistance to handling do not allow the production to be destined for distant foreign markets. Tauro is another brevas spread in Terlizzi, Corato, Ruvo di Puglia in Bari province. Sigonium is large, up to the 100 grams, and flesh is red or amber. Some interesting cultivars have been identified and described by DISPA, considering the production and quality parameters. Allocate the production. The multiple objective is extend the production and marketing calendar of brevas, satisfy the high production demands concentrated in short period, expand the varietal panorama, and allocate the production to the right market, local, national, or foreign. In this slide, we can see the brevas of Fiorone Bianco, a particular tree and Siconia section, and brevas on the plant. This brevas has been identified in Bisceglie, in province, in Bari province. Has a high weight, medium ripeness, and high productivity. Medium resistance to handling is suitable for local but also national markets if harvested with a higher texture. Fiorone della Regina Brevas is oblong black pulp zirconia, is a medium ripeness, good productivity, and low resistance to handling and some cracks. Fiorone Regina is suitable for local markets. Troiano Nero Brevas is another important variety, has a good weight, a good content of sugar, medium productivity, and has have a good resistance to handling. Is suitable for local market. In Triggiano, near Triggiano in Bari province, there are two interesting brevas. Rosso Triggiano is easy to peel skin, is good sugar content and good acidity and medium productive. Good resistance to handling and hostile cracking because is suitable for national markets. And Rosso Comune Brevas is a low susceptibility to handling and no crack if harvested when not very ripe. Is suitable for national and foreign market. In conclusion, further studies will be done in order to recover further landrans that could also be interesting for the main crop production, for fresh consumption or drying. Work to obtain new cultivars starting from crosses of landrans with good qualitative and quantitative characterized, improve cultivation technique, for example, with coverage with nets on photovoltaic panels, the agrivoltaic, to increase the qualitative aspect and allow cultivation in marginal and or difficult environment. Thank you for attention.
Thank you so much, Andrea. Do we have any questions?
Thank you.
We can move to the last presentation, a quite different presentation, but this is the last presentation, so we need something new, something different. Maybe a little bit far from the conference symposium, but let's take a look to this presentation.
We have pasta with tomato.
Yeah. 3 days of pasta and now the tomato.
Good afternoon. My name is Julia Maltz-Hopkins. I'm a research fellow in Cheryl Lennox's group for post-harvest and fruit pathology in Stellenbosch. And I'm going to tell you about work done by a PhD student in the group, Chanel Daniel Swartland. And in the background there, you can see the beautiful vineyards of Stellenbosch. That's where we're based in the Western Cape. And Chanel, she works for a company called Tessera. And this company, they developed SO2 sheets. And they have been used on table grape for quite a while now, very successfully, to inhibit the post-harvest decay. And the idea for her PhD project was to see if these SO2 sheets can also be used on tomatoes. And in this case, we're looking now at Alternaria infections, so post-harvest decay caused by Alternaria species on tomatoes. And Alternaria is not only a problem on tomatoes, we've also had quite a few presentations this week where people have described that Alternaria is also a problem on pomegranate, and there was even a presentation already on SO2 being effective on pomegranates as to prevent post-harvest decay. So this falls into the same category. So now, in this case, Alternaria black spot has been found now to be one of the causal organisms for post-harvest decay on tomatoes in the Western Cape. So this is where we're located, down in South Africa. And so these are two of the sampling spots from Chanel's study in the Western Cape. And it's also been known for quite a long time that the the value chain, there's a lot of losses from after harvest throughout the value chain, and these losses are even worse in developing countries where the cold chains are largely missing. And in South Africa, there's a lot of small-scale producers, so even though it is a very high amount of tomatoes that are being produced, they're largely sold locally, and especially in the Mpumalanga and Limpopo region, there's about 600 of these small-scale producers. And yeah, so they have a lot of problems. So they are not even organized in any producer association at this stage. So that's why it is not just a major crop in this case. So that's on the tomatoes. In Chanel's study, she found that she had up to 73% incidence of decay in some of those fields that she sampled, and 17.6% prevalence of Alternaria was found on average across all these sampling regions. And she sampled from brown, Roma, and Rosa tomatoes. And then, so the Alternaria species, they were identified using the ALT-A1 gene region, so it's a barcoding gene region, and it can distinguish between Alternaria alternata and Alternaria arborescens, which are small-scale, small-spored Alternaria species, which are quite difficult to distinguish morphologically. So that's why phylogenetic analysis has to be done to actually identify what species you have. And then in her study now, the idea is to find alternatives to the synthetic fungicides. And especially on the pomegranates, this is something that will affect us very shortly because we're losing fludoxonil. And that's what we all rely on at the moment for prevention of post-harvest decay. So to look into alternatives is a very imminent thing that we have to do now. And SO2, like I said, has been used successfully already on table grapes worldwide. And then we're also looking into other antimicrobials, such as the generally regarded as safe essential oils. And one of these examples is clove oil. So the aims and objectives of the study was to determine what the efficacy is of 3 different SO2 generating salts against Alternaria species, which cause black spot on tomatoes, and to compare it to the clove oil volatiles. So first of all, there was an in vitro test done, and the different salts that were tested were the potassium metabisulfite, sodium metabisulfite, and sodium sulfite against 3 isolates of Alternaria species from tomatoes, and they were plated out on PDA, potato dextrose agar, and that was put in the lid. The SO2 generating salts or the clove oil were put on sheets inside a punnet, and the petri dish with the isolates was also put in this tomato punnet. And then there was also a fruit trial where the SO2 sheets or the clove oil were tested against the inoculated tomatoes. So first of all, to do the identification, the morphology of the spores was analyzed, and also a phylogenetic analysis was done. And then the in vitro trials were done at 5 days, and then after an additional 3 days of shelf life. So for the 5 days, the petri dishes were exposed to the treatment, and then the sheets were removed. And so that was the additional 3 days. And the same was done with the tomatoes in the punnets, the inoculated tomatoes, and then incidence and severity was assessed. And so this is the result for the identification. So the major groups that were found was Alternaria alternata and Alternaria species affiliated arborescens. And so there you can see some examples of the spore size. So these are the results for the in vitro trial. The sodium or the potassium metabisulfite, they had the same result. They were highly effective. And at the bottom, you can see the concentration that was used of the individual salts, and there was 100% inhibition of the Alternaria species. And then the other salt, the sodium sulfide, did not have an effect, a significant effect. The only significant effect was that there was a difference between two of the Alternaria species isolates. There you can see the increasing concentration of the clove oil. We see that there was a trend towards a higher inhibition at a higher concentration. So, but it was quite variable, unlike the sodium and potassium metabisulfite. So here in this table, you can see that sometimes the alternata isolate was inhibited, but in other cases it was not completely inhibited. So these are the concentrations, 25% or 50% clove oil in some cases resulted in complete inhibition. And this is now the percentage inhibition here. Again, the 100% you can see here. But it wasn't consistent between the isolates. So to conclude, in future studies, we will have to now use different barcoding genes to confirm whether it is actually Alternaria species affiliated arborescens or is it actually Alternaria arborescens. And then we also would like to test clove oil formulated products which are already available. And then further, there are the SO2 sheets that have already been commercialized now for certain tomato species, which is what came out of Chanel's study. And yeah, so we will have to now look into other post-harvest management strategies for the tomatoes in case of those tomatoes where the SO2 sheets cannot be applied. And yeah, so we have a new study that is going on now to look into neighboring countries and to see if they have the same problem with the Alternaria species on the tomato. So in Botswana and also in particular in the Mpumalanga and the Limpopo regions. Thank you for listening.
Thanks so much, Julia. There is a problem for many fruit crops. Questions? No. So no questions, and we are. So we are at the closing moment. It's a sad moment because I hope all of you enjoyed this very nice symposium on pomegranate and other fruit species. I hope you enjoyed your stay in Bali, and you will enjoy also from the one who will be attending the gala dinner. So I hope it was a very intriguing moment for change, so many opportunities, and to appreciate, the Puglia region, the Puglia cuisine, and all the hospitality you found in Bali. Thank you.
We are all tired.
Even the computer is tired. We are all tired. Okay, see. Okay, before closing this symposium, I want to remember Professor Vito Savino, who just passed away a few months ago. He was an important scientist and a great man. So I learned so much from him. He was a pathologist. So maybe a little bit far from fruit tree crops, but he worked a lot on fruit crops, on grape, and also on species like pomegranate, fig, azerol, and other species. So we made a lot of work together, characterizing many accessory Puglia and in other regions So I want to remember this great man and great scientist. I want to thank all the institutions that supported the making of this symposium. My university, the university which is hosting us at this moment in this conference room, the University of Bari. I want to thank my friend and colleague Stefano Lamalfa from the University of Bari. He was convened with me and he helped me in making this Pomsym symposium in Italy possible.
You want me in Bari, so always say I am.
I told him, come to Bari, you will enjoy your stay in Bari. Next time we'll take it in Sicily, you know. And I want to thank also the spin-off of the University of Bari, Agridatalo, with Giovanni and Gigi, and the of course, the ISHS Society with the delegate, seeing my friend Orlando Palmona, for supporting me in this work. It was a nice work, but I think it's a very nice work because I met all of you. It was very, very beautiful. I want to also to thank the Italian Society of Horticultural Science, the SOI, for supporting us, and then the sponsor. Our main sponsor, Rome Superfood, Masere Frutti Rossi, that we just visited this morning. It was a very key support for making this possible. And as you see today, it's a very important company which believes in pomegranate cultivation and processing. Then 3.0, the other sponsor, Unitec, the IAS, Italian Association for Sustainable Agrivoltaics, because as we mentioned before, we also work on agrivoltaics and pomegranate and other fruit species grown beneath the panel, fruit control equipment, and the other sponsor, Coleroni, Viveros, the nursery in Mandorena, Olere for the carob, other Nodwoods nursery from Oregon, US, the journal, the scientific journal Horticulture from MDPI, and Corteva Agri-Science. And I have to mention also the support of the organizing committee. You can see all the names that were in this committee, that every one of this committee gave some hints, some helps in the different aspects of the conference. The scientific committee, many of you are in this committee that were helped in supporting for the work about the abstract, and now they will help also for the other work about the paper you just submitted. And I want just to thank again all of you, because it was very amazing for me to organize this symposium, and I hope to meet all of you in the next place where we'll talk about again pomegranate, but I hope that this great opportunity will give us a chance to discuss and make a connection together to make new projects, new activities all over the world about pomegranate and also other fruit species. Thank you so much. Before giving the microphone to Stefano, I want to remind you, for the one of you that will be going to the Galatina, that is at the Giampaolo restaurant. Giampaolo restaurant is close to Movenpick Hotel. It's in downtown Bari. It's just out of this building, 300, 400 meters from me. It's very close in downtown Bari. Now I need the microphone.
What committee is?
The 8:30. So we have time to take a shower, rest, and then we can
dress well. Maybe you can have the communication, we receive the communication about the little extension for providing the food text for horticulture, but we want to publish the number as soon as possible. So we receive a communication, but please do not exceed with
Try to be as fast as possible.
And the last word are, I think it is a very troubled period, problematic period for the world. It's a pleasure to join a scientific community that jointly discuss and look for a future.
I want to invite Orani that will talk a little about also the award.
Yes, thank you very much. Well, with regard to the award, we've decided that there will be no awards.
No one deserves the award.
Yeah, but really, on behalf of ICHS, I really want to thank these two come together here. These two, these great men for delivering not only not only a sound technical program for this symposium, but also the hospitality. I'm sure you all enjoyed the food, the lunch. I really thank you. Can we give them a round of applause? I think we have to take the back regarding how a symposium should be organized, and I think the next person that will be organizing things, they have a lot of work to do to at least meet the standard. If they are not okay, they are not able to surpass it. So on that note, we are not going to give the award now due to 3 reasons. And the first reason is at the gala dinner, we want talking points. We want to talk about things, not just give the award and then we don't have anything to talk about at the gala dinner. The second reason is, you see, the presentations were very, very great. That is, we need time. We need time to crunch the data and to decide on the best. We have 2 awards: the best oral and the best poster. And of course, the third reason is to encourage the students actually to join us at the dinner, because if we give them that, they can decide to stay behind. So they must join us at the dinner and be well dressed. And so we will talk about that, at the gala dinner. The last thing that I wanted to talk about is we had a successful ISHS business meeting yesterday. We know who is company, and then we congratulate this gentleman again for delivering such a wonderful symposium. So I thank you all. You all know the venue for the gala dinner at 8:30. Not far away. So we'll catch up then. And is there any other thing I'm missing?
The final thanks I have to give to my support. So all these guys I think now we can conclude, and now we can go to Westwell. Let's do it on the gallery. Okay, thank you.
Alla fine di ogni connessione
It was a really good presentation. Che fa tanto di information. You don't.
original stuff.
But it's a new kind of information, so we should meld together Alexander.
Allora, posso darvi qualcosa? Grosso modo siamo di qua, quindi.
Grazie.
Grazie. Siamo a tutti. Sì, devono stare tutti là. Devo mantenere, no, non si può dire, mi hanno chiesto di non dire niente.
Non so dove quindi io la macchina ce l'ha
Stavo sfruttando il fuoco dell'inferno.
Complimenti Ale, hai organizzato tutto il convegno, gran convegno organizzato internazionale, che non per i felini, c'è qualcosa di nazionale. Io mancava lo sponsor per poter pagare, cioè, mancava soltanto che ti dassero la carta di credito a pagare.
Allora, adesso si dà. Abbastanza bello.
Sì, a me da una parte in poi i corsi era diverso perché avanti non mi sono mai visto, avanti si sente, dietro si sente non capisco.
Non la mai.
Per come ha detto questo, adesso il convegno specifico sul melograno.
No, io devo fare questa cosa importante, molto importante.
La chiusura ufficiale del convegno.
No, no.
Spacchiamo il computer.
Ma siamo online.
Senti, quindi è tutto registrato. Questa è la parte dei pezzi. Quello online dietro dei guide è la parte più bella. Chi poteva accedere? Chi aveva... Ah, quindi
Io mi prendo tutto quello che sta, tutte le presentazioni, me le prendo tutte.
un patrimonio dell'UNESCO.
Un patrimonio della scienza, no? Davvero.
Io andrò a recuperare